Hello. Hello.
Two.
Oh, I haven't even started the game. this is like normally I get this shit sorted in like 5 minutes, and it's when I decide to hit the start button. But that has not happened here because I am an idiot.
Can you believe this, chat? Like, he hasn't even gotten the game started. Like, oh my god.
You're not even streaming right now. Why are you giving me this slack? Why aren't you giving me slack?
Because I can.
Ridiculous. Redonkulous.
Oh, I just noticed that Kiryu's emote is a duck. I couldn't tell what it was with the hand in the way.
It's not even a duck. It's a bird.
It's a goose? No, it's a duck.
It's a bird.
It's a duck.
Swoty's not a duck. Hang on. Because that's based on... So, Swoty.
No,
Wait.
that's Ripper's,
Oh, Spoty, sorry. S-P...
No, that's Ripper's emote that he posted. Kiryu is, done a random one, and it's a duck if you're looking at the intro fighters.
Oh. Oh, yeah, it is a duck. Okay, well, I wasn't... I thought you were talking about, like, in the chat or something like that.
Oh, I can tell that one's a burb.
Hi there, Luna. It's been a while. Welcome. Happy Friday for the Australians. It's early in the morning for some of the other peeps, so it's probably not that happy for you.
Yeah, because it's Friday. Friday. Fuck, I gotta go to work tomorrow.
I don't have to go to work tomorrow, thank Christ. Oh, Jesus.
I don't have to do early. I'm at the moment, I'm like, they're keeping me on like 3 p.m. shifts at the moment, which is kind of good.
Yep, 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 yep.
Because it means my dumbass can sleep in.
Uh-huh. Okay. That's good. Where... Okay, hang on. I need to slap... Wait, did this thing get... No, it didn't. Alright, post that so
You
they're
gonna
not waiting.
slap?
No, I just... It was just
Why are
the
you
word...
slapping?
No, I'm not slapping anyone,
Why are
okay?
you slapping people for? That is just mean.
No, I just...
Chad, he is slapping people.
What I was meaning is I was just, like, needing to... like move things around like across my screen, so it's like, oh, this needs to be in this window here, this needs to be in that window there, and yada yada. So yes.
Yeah, we all know what he was really talking about, don't we, chat?
No, Code doesn't, at the very least. Code has no ideas, no clues.
I have clues, they're all blues. Yee.
You happy? What did I miss? All right, so we've got Jason who joined up with us first. Nice to see you, Jason. Hopefully you're doing all right. Also, why is this emote thingy madiggy? All right, so who else is in the chat? We got Blue. Surprisingly enough, I'm gonna be real, Blue. I'm honestly surprised.
Blue was helping us yesterday with some hunting of monsters when you left.
What?
Yeah.
Where did you get this free time, Blue? I thought you were, like, busy. I thought you, like, had your I thought shit was thrown out into the fan or some shit like that, and you had things. Is life getting better for you?
Haha, Blue loves me more.
Maybe. I honestly thought Blue had some troubles. You work until 10
I work till 10 p.m. Oh, I get that, Blue.
Wait, what are you doing here then? It's not even 10. It's like 6:03.
Maybe Blue got a day off.
Here's me, just sort of like shining a light on Blue, where I'm just sort of. Oh, hang on a sec. I'm just sort of like, where have you been? Talk, mister.
You don't write, you don't call, you don't even send me a text message anymore. How can I say that you love me?
And so we're here, where Blue's like, it's his day off, and here I am, just making it not a fun time. Can we get a shit?
No one asks me for my help in Monster Hunter World until they see my level. That's true.
Oh. Are you like one of those? Are you one of those high? Why am I surprised? Wait, why do you have a high level in Monster Hunter? Isn't your whole thing that you're like old school games, like Super Mario Party and some shit?
I mean, have you seen the old school Monster Hunters?
No, I have not seen the old school Monster Hunters. Isn't one of them like swimming and everyone hates them?
That's Monster Hunter Try.
That's one of the old ones, I feel like.
That was the one on the Wii.
I'm stuck in a freaking stun lock because of this freaking
when they
plumber.
decided to use fucking motion controls for the weapons. And attacks with the weapons, you had to use the motion controls in a certain way. And this was before the motion control plus.
Oh my
My
goodness.
poor wrist.
Right, now I'm stuck. I need to get back into it.
Hilarious.
I actually went and bought a Pro Controller for the Nintendo Wii because I was like, no, fuck this shit.
Two Skate 3. Nice. Alright. Just nodding their head, just like, mm-hmm.
I mean, I've actually got Monster Hunter on the Vita.
The what?
The PlayStation Vita.
Yeah, the thing after the PSP.
Yeah, I've got Monster Hunter Unite on the PS Vita. It's actually, I think it's the PSP version that I've got for the Vita.
Yeah, okay.
Hang on. One thing I need to go through at some point is I need to put some money aside and go through the PS3 and PS Vita store and just stop buying shit before it closes down.
Yeah. Okay, I have a general annoyance. I understand people having, like, criticisms about the Epic Games Store, the acquisition of Microsoft and shit like that, but I am irked. Irked by a very large degree when everyone seems to be like, oh, Valve can do no wrong. Valve is the greatest. It's like, I fucking hate this. Because they are the very same, like, digital storefront as all the others, and the only reason that we are with them is because is because they were there like first, and like we've just stuck with them in like the classic brand loyalty of, well, we put this much skin in the game, we can't possibly pull out now.
Well, I mean, you can. You just got to make sure that you got a lot of lube to pull out with.
Or you just don't give a shit about the money. Like, there's so many people that are like, oh, I have like 250 games in this profile and such like that. And everyone is like annoyed when it's like, oh, Epic Games wants to do exclusivity deals. If something goes wrong with the Epic Games store, it's gonna go away. There's no way for me to have the game. Also, am I still half a lithid is the question.
Are you still half a lithid?
No, I am not. Thank goodness. All right, so I did a little bit of. I did a. Okay, it's maybe.
Grant did a bit of cheating.
It's not cheating. I just did, rather than like a small amount of save scumming, I did a big one.
Yeah. By the way, where am I? Because I notice I only see your mommy, and your mommy.
If not over, then
Give
through.
me a second. Let me have Shadowheart go away.
The more I learn, the less I
Yeah, you dumb bitch. Nobody likes you.
Not serve Shah anymore. Not, but I digress. Did you want something?
If you're sure. Fine.
Alrighty, hang on. I think you're over near Withers in the closet. But yeah.
Oh no! I'm back in the closet!
Where the fuck is Withers?
Great, now you've lost the closet.
Look, it's not my responsibility.
How am I supposed to come out now?
He saved scum by sacrificing code to the Bual. No, not that far. So, between the events of when we went down into the Gauntlet of Shar, so like the very, very last thing when we go to save, what's her face? The Azamar, lady. So just before then, I took us to Moonrise Tower, and turns out there was, you know, we could save Wilburn because he was in the prison cells or some shit like that, and then we were able to get him out. He took a...
Oh, so you saved him?
Yeah, I saved him. So hopefully him and his other gnomes are going to be in Baldur's Gate when we get there. Where the fuck is... Do they just want us to... Yeah, I think they just want us to sleep.
Yeah, you gotta sleep.
Okay, I gotta sleep. Because, yeah, Withers is supposed to be, like, somewhere over there, but he's not, so... Alright, let me fall asleep, and then I'll be able to bring you in. So, yeah, so... I went...
Wait, isn't that Withers cupboard right there? Go back one. Hang on, just there near the door, I thought. Near the mirror.
There's a mirror. There is no doors.
No, it was a box. Sorry, it was a box.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I should probably, Wait, why is the overlay not displaying on... Oh my goodness.
No, I see it.
Yeah, but I could be, like, sharing it directly into the thing. I have the bandwidth on my PC to do this now. I can now do, like, multiple things. Alrighty, so now if we go to... Where the fuck is Withers? Hang on. There it is. There's the wardrobe. So yeah, so I did a bit of save scumming up until we, so basically it was a case of going into Moonrise Tower, and there we go.
I love they call it a wardrobe, you know?
Withers'
like,
wardrobe of wayward friends. Yeah.
Because, yeah, most people would call that the closet.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's Withers. You wouldn't call it Withers' closet of close companions. It needs to keep to the W's.
I guess. Anyway, invite me in.
Yep, alright, give me a second. Multiplayer, send the invite to Code the Ocean. So yeah, so basically it was just so then that way we could go to Moonrise Tower, see what we missed, got like one or two quests done there. Then we went back to the Gauntlet, got that shit done, completed like the Ketheric thing, got up to here, went through the fight again. I surpassed I suppressed the, you know, the desire to be an illithid and shit like that. And so now, so I'm no longer half illithid. Wilbur is alive. What's up?
No, thy coin purse is empty.
Don't make me send you to Jesus myself.
Just check your.
Because I went in the closet. So you got all my gold.
No, just go into your traveler's chest.
Okay, because I just noticed that I'm still a sorcerer when I changed over everything the other day.
Yeah. Alrighty. Hang on.
Oh, did you also get the brain is on slow dial-up speed? The glaive that I wanted?
What glaive?
The dragon throat glaive that they were selling at the tower.
One moment. You mean the Drake throat glaive?
Yes.
All right, who's this going to?
Gimme.
All right, okay.
Give it to me.
Hey, I do things for code. Thank you very much, Kiayu. I may not be, like, going over to Sydney and sucking his dick or anything like that, but I do things for code. I do things for you, don't I?
I'm not in Sydney.
Either way, I'm not going to you and sucking your dick. But I'm doing other things to help you. Like, we're playing games together. We played Titan Quest together, and I just got you that, Drake throat, thingamadoogies.
Yeah, see, that's the most deep-throating he's gonna get.
I'm annoyed.
I had to make a throat joke out of that. That was the best I had. I'm sorry. Ow. Ow. Fuck it. Okay. What if Code came over to you? I did go over to Queensland once, but Grant didn't want to meet up.
What do you mean I didn't want to? I wasn't in. When did this happen?
When I went to Queensland earlier this year.
Like.
No, hang on. Last year.
Okay.
At the start of last year.
Were we friends at the start of last year?
Yes, we've been friends for 2 years.
Have we?
Yeah, I have been following you for 2 years, and we've been playing games.
No. Following for 2 years is different to being friends, okay? Like, I would say, like, maybe 2 or 3 sessions after Titan Quest. Like, maybe when we got up to, I don't know, fucking Atlantis by that point.
Yeah, and that was long before I traveled over to Queensland.
Really?
Yes. He doesn't love me, chat. Grant
don't do this. Don't listen to his crocodile tears right now. Do not listen to these crocodile tears. Also, why do you have like the same staff I do? Oh no, you don't.
No, I've got the.
You got Arcane Blessing. I've got Morning Frost. It just looks the same.
Technically, it's Mystara's Blessing, which honestly, this would be a great one for
Mistra's.
Gale to have.
Yeah. Also, yeah, you've got all your... Okay, why do you have your shit filled with junk?
Because I haven't had a chance to sell all the junk in my shit.
Okay, fair enough.
All the junk in my shit?
I don't know. Ooh, the wielder deals additional damage equal to their wisdom modifier with unarmed strikes. I think... Yeah, so... I was gonna equip this, so then that way, the next time I do unarmed strikes, my wisdom thingy-majiggy does a thing. And then we send that to camp. We need Kethric's Netherstone. I have all these rings that I don't know what to do. Can I put this into camp? Yes, I can. Awesome. I will not be tempted. That's axe for the throwing. Big Boy's Chew Toy.
Giggity.
Hang on. T. Who's a big fellow? Grow in size to become... Ah, okay, that's why I have it in my inventory, so I can, like, grow one size bigger if I wanted to. I've got all these scrolls.
His heart grew 2 sizes that day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's fine.
Also, Halson is still with us. Just FYI.
Daddy! Sorry.
Yay, raspberries.
Okay,
Yeah. You came back to hearing sucking dick. Hi, Ripper. Hi, Max. Welcome to the stream. Look, I'm not gonna... What the hell happened to her hair? Look, it's not... We're not sucking anyone's dick here, okay? It's fine.
Yeah.
Imagine being able to sleep. Imagine Grant doing something for Code. Absolutely. What else have I missed? Valve was better than Direct2Drive. That's the only reason they're still here. I don't want to have 2 launchers on my PC. It's so messy. It has 18 versions of Chrome installed. Oh, like... Now I remembered. I now remember. So, everyone is like, you know, saying these things of like, oh, like, you know, if like, you know, games like Origin, Epic, and GT, or GOG and shit like that, what's-a-mahoozy, they, like, if they go away, the games go away, and it's like, you understand, like, Valve has the thing of, like, if they go away, your games go away as well, and there's no evidence of them doing a DRM, like, unlock or anything like that, and a lot of people are like, oh, and I remember one person being like, oh no, they've put it in their thing that if they were to defunct, then they would, you know, they would give you a key or something like that to remove the DRM on your games, and it's like, there is no support, there's no supporting documentation about that. There is, like, if that was the case, so many fucking licensing deals that Valve does would never go through, quite frankly. And also, like, why is you get DRM free after the company fails? Like, what kind of fucking policy is that? GOG has demonstrated that they will do that right at the get-go. Oh.
Yeah.
And there's been more cases of games leaving the Steam storefront and like, you know, anyone with their copy and shit like that is just a case of like, oh, it's stuck in your library, and I don't know if it's a case of you're allowed to download it or not. Because most recently, Spec Ops The Line was just pulled from all the digital stores, and, you know, Steam would have easily have had the power to just sort of be like, yeah, no, we had the license to, like, sell this and all this kind of shit. We're gonna continue selling it. It's like, no, they just pulled it from the fucking store. There is nothing that puts Valve ahead of any other company besides the fact that they just have way more money being spent on hardware than anyone else. Also, what the fuck happened to Shadowheart's hair? I want to talk.
Wait, why is Shot's hair white?
I don't know, but there's a little exclamation point on top of her, so I'm hoping that when I talk to her, we're going to get a bit of an explanation. How are you doing with your love-loving sequence?
I'm just currently going through it. It won't be too long.
Nice. Okay. I'm sticking to all my monk nonsense. I'm not swapping the charisma modifier or anything like that, so... Related, you have the Deadpool game, and you're able to download it despite it not being in the store. Okay, that's good. That's good.
Oh yeah, I've got the Deadpool video game. It's a good game, honestly.
But it's like, it's stuck in Steam's, like, environment and shit like that, and it's like, when someone's, like, saying, it's like, oh, if like, you know, Steam goes away, you'll get a code that will get rid of all the DRM across all the games, I'm like... That sounds like fucking foolhardy because, one, the game... Because, like, you know, if it's something that's apparently existed since the spawn of Valve, how has no one cracked that shit on every single time a game is released on Steam, number one. Number two, if there are games that are leaving the storefront, is that not, like, the equivalency, but on a smaller scale, of Valve no longer existing? Like, so, for example, like with Kiaru having the Deadpool game, me with Spec Ops The Line. I'll need to double check if I can even download Spec Ops The Line again. but because of those games being removed from the storefront, wouldn't that entail us to being able to have like a DRM free copy? Because like quite frankly, we've owned the thing now at a longer period of time than the publisher would ever think we'd all ever want to hold it.
I mean, yeah, I get what you're getting at there.
Yeah. I guess I get pissed when people are like, oh, like everyone's up in arms with Ubisoft's executives saying like, oh, gamers need to be more comfortable with the fact they don't own their games, and it's like,
no,
like,
fuck no.
Here's the thing, most don't already. You don't own the Steam game is where I'm getting at here. That's why there's like no promise of a DRM free. You just you only have a quote unquote indefinite loan or indefinite rental of the game you paid full price for. So it can be like Steam. So there's nothing on Steam's thingy-majiggy of like, oh, here's an indefinite loan of a game and now here it is DRM free. It's like, that's never gonna happen. You will sooner lose the game or lose your account than you will get anything for free with no strings attached from Valve.
Yeah.
So when everyone's like throwing tables at Ubisoft execs being like, that's an absolutely ridiculous thing, we will never accept such circumstances, and it's like, you don't own the games on your Steam. You don't own the games on Epic. You don't own the game on Origin. You don't own anything in your Fortnite account. That will go away one day. Like, we are already living in the environment of you don't own anything.
Nah.
Like, so gamers being annoyed by this is like too little too late. None of you have moved in droves to itch.io. None of you have moved to GOG as your one platform. One of our biggest like sellers for games is battle passes and game passes. Lord knows I use the shit ton out of it because it's sort of a easier swallow on my behalf to go like $12 a month rather than $60 for whatever new game comes out at what point.
Yeah.
Hey, you're level 9. Alright.
Alright.
Be honest.
Okay, no.
What do you think of the new look?
Okay, she is aware she changed her hair. She changed her look. Not for me, but who cares?
Honest of you. I can appreciate that, after being lied to by Shah for so long. Give it time. It may grow on you.
Like, at least it's not like a bob cut you had kind of thing, but you still have the giant ponytail behind you, which is like, you know, that's a better feature than whatever your hair color is.
I don't know. I think the white sort of exemplifies the fact that now she's looking towards the light.
Yeah, but it also could just mean like it's just like a depiction of like trauma and stress up to the nth degree. Like, have you seen pictures of Obama, like, before he enters office and 8 years later?
Yeah.
Dude has aged.
Or Oklahoma.
Obama.
That's what I said.
Something is different about Shadowheart.
Oh, Lae'zel has
Facial
noticed.
Creases, perhaps. A fresh battle scar I hadn't noticed. Bah, it eludes me.
You are as thick as a brick.
I guess she doesn't notice about, like, you know, it's almost like Obama got... Oh, no, but... Okay, Kiaru, hear me out. Like, it was one of those cases of, like, he aged rapidly in 8 years. He was looking totally fine back in his senator era. And what's more is, this isn't a case of, like, oh, a teenager to someone turning 30... kind of like rapidly aged thingy-majiggy there, where it's like, oh yeah, he grew, he got like, you know, harsher features or some shit like that. No. He went from being 45 to like 53? I think that's how the math goes. He went from like being in his mid-40s to being in his early 50s. Let me tell you, none of my parents started getting gray hair until they were in their 60s. You don't normally get gray hair that soon. Damn it, there's no way to, like, talk to her about... Alright. Wait for me in camp.
Are you sure that's the best course of action?
Yes.
Confirmed.
Who's a good doggo? Who's a good doggo? You're a good doggo.
Okay, you're petting the dog. Scratch.
Hmm.
Alrighty. Alright, you
Oh yeah, apparently we could have gotten an extra... there's a set of armor that apparently Will can get sometime around this time soon.
Cool.
Right.
Don't know when.
Oh, hang on. You might want to move Karlak over to you, by the way.
You want me to do it manually this way. Okay, fine.
Yeah, there you go. And
I'll
I'll take Halson.
I was concerned when I saw Shadowheart creeping about with a blade in the dead of night, but it was just to cut her hair, it seems.
She didn't just cut her hair, she dyed it.
Given the circumstances, you're faring as well as can be expected. Then you'll have me.
I'll need to double check. Is our, like, thingy-majiggy with him, like, still... Hang on
Examine. You are really well liked by him, but I'm not.
LOL!
Why are you trying to steal my daddy?
Your daddy don't give a shit about you.
Chad, he's trying to steal my daddy.
Look at this. You're not favorable by a lot of... What do you mean my relationship is only good with you, What the shit, Karlak? Where are you? Babe? Hello? Hi?
Trouble in paradise, bitch!
Heart looks like a stack of gold. Never thought I could get so excited about someone's forehead, but here we are.
That's what you get for stealing my man.
So you had a friend in Avernus. You never said.
You saw the extent of Flo's friendship. She'll lend you a hand, long as she can crush your spirit while she's at it. I knew never to let my guard down around her. She always made me laugh, even when I least wanted to. If she'd been completely different from who she was, we might have been real friends.
Okay, so...
Pity. Sounds like she meant something to you, in whatever small way.
I guess she did. Much as it makes me want to puke to admit it. Devils, you know. Fucking devils. They really screw with you, don't they?
Keep talking? I need to raise my approval with you.
Copper for your thoughts?
Tell me about your relationship with
He got his claws into me early. I was a wild kid. One of my mates got wind of a bit of work guarding some indoorsy type with lots of enemies. Seemed like easy money. He took one look at me and said I was perfect. I kept him safe, and he paid me well. I respected him, trusted him. The whole thing with Zariel happened so fast. I had no idea what had gone down until it was over. One minute I was in Baldur's Gate, a happy, healthy, not quite kid. The next, Zariel laughed. Said she paid him well for my services. He was right. Hey, soldier.
Nothing else to say. Alright, cool. Alrighty. We shall now leave camp.
Oh, dang it, I was just setting up some of Halson's skills.
Oh my... Did you reset him?
No. I was just from when we were last, because he had a level up from last time we were there. I was just making sure his spell book was all good.
Fair enough. Whoopsies. Sorry.
No, that's all good.
Hey, look, leave Act 2. Baldur's Gate is just over the horizon.
Yay!
What happened to my relationship with Karlak? I swear I did the important shit in Act 1 and 2.
Har 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 har. Karlak doesn't love you. Har 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 har.
Halson couldn't give a shit about you. You're neutral to it. I'm at least good with her.
Yo!
Like, I'm at least good with Karlak, but for whatever reason, like... Look at Halson. He's like, relationship is very good, is happy with and easily convinced by Avatar. Whereas with Karlak, it's just good. Character approves.
These boots have seen everything.
Try not to steal my daddy!
I don't care!
Stop stealing my daddy!
I don't care! What's in the backpacks?
Chad, he's so mean.
You're just matter-of-factly. Your dad... You could be doing better.
Chad!
Appreciatively cared for boots. And then...
Actually, another thing I need to get at some point is Gemini gloves, because they allow me to split my cantrips into multiple targets.
Hey, nice. Okay. Alright, we're now in a place called Rivington.
Excuse me. I can't find my mum.
Where did you last see her?
She was sick. She had
Also, you had
spots on her face and hands. She went to go get some herbs, and she was supposed to come back the same day. That was last 10 day, though.
Petrocomia looks really good.
Give him some food. Yay, Karlak approved!
Wow. Thanks. My mum would like this. She's the... I'll look for her. Thanks a lot.
Oh, don't skip the sentences.
Oh my god. There's a dude named hang on a second, where's my...
That's why we need to walk just a little more. One foot in front of the other.
Do a potion. There we go.
I know, little one.
We told our son that this is a holiday to spare him the truth. We don't have homes to go back to.
Oh boy.
Goofies.
Where we're going? What kind of inn is it? Will there be feather beds?
There is a lot of people.
Nearly there now.
What's going on over here?
Yeah, I'm calling me curious.
Turn back, citizen. No passage in this direction.
Why not?
It's bloodier than a butcher's backyard out there. Piles of dead absolutists, and a few of our own as well. The cultists assaulted the gate, armed to the teeth trying to break in. They nearly had it too, before the Steel Watch intervened.
Steel Watch?
Is this some sort of fancy new rank of city watchman?
A little more than that. You'll see for yourself soon enough if you head to the city.
Okay, I want to know what's going on over here with this guy.
Oh, Zarex,
Keep those
code is
away from
neutral.
my family.
What?
Danuvia! Get these spotters out of my house now!
What?
Arthur, sweetheart, you paid me and my boys to be caravan guards, not cattle wranglers. If you want us to get our hands dirty, it'd be our pleasure. But that'll be extra.
Alright, calm down. Tell me what's going on.
To remove these unlawful interlopers from my property.
Alright, you handle that. What a chat saying. Dumb idea, but Code, check your GrantZeebs is do like a...
Yeah, hang on.
You got inspiration?
Yeah, I got one. Okay. Alright, clench your butts, people. Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, because your intelligence has a bonus.
I can't let them stay here. What if the little brat gets into the basement?
It's a
What's in the basement?
is that an option?
Yeah, I hear there's all sorts of houses have basements.
That is...
What do you use yours for?
Sure, let's go with
My
that one.
basement? Oh, nothing interesting, just materials. I'm a craftsman, you see.
This man is definitely lying. And he's really hoping you don't pry any further.
Look, I have some very valuable components in there. I need to get that lot out before they damage something.
Mind if I take a look?
Who do you think you are? Zenobia? People are lining up to break into my property. Do something about it.
You paid us to protect you and your high-quality merchandise on the road. And we've since arrived at our destination. As I said, Anything else is extra.
Nice. Nova.
This is the last time I hire someone from the guild. Fine. Here's the extra. Finish the job.
Can we do unarmed damage?
Please show this meddler some of that famous Rivington hospitality.
Your tummy can handle.
Oh, you went in the absolutely opposite direction.
Yep. But hey, I'm fine with that. I mean, if these guys want to tangle, I'll tangle.
Count on me.
Let's not forget, I have a bear on my team.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Situational actions. You've unlocked an action as a result of another ability, feature, or condition. It will remain...
No idea what that's on about.
Me neither. That's the first I've seen that happen.
Have to keep going.
Bear.
Alright. So we got a dude named Gleeful Clong. Alright.
They won't be very gleeful when we knock the shit out of them.
Cookie for Bookie! Different profile pic now? Yeah, different profile pic now. I like what Insomnia art, but I feel like I was shooting myself in the foot in trying to like attract people to into my stream, because basically the profile icon was a case of like some people may not have been confident in actually wanting to go into streams like these and see it, because I noticed lower than normal numbers. So yeah, there was that.
Yeah, I need to fix up and get maybe a new profile picture for myself sometime soon.
Yeah, so hence why I just have like my Pog as my profile icon for this year's.
Now remember, I have a fallen lover as well.
Be sure to do non-lethal melee damage.
Why?
So then that way we're not responsible for their deaths when we're right in front of the fucking like flame peeps.
Fine. Widdly wee shillelagh. Wait, I don't know if she can do
If you go to passives, there should be like a thingy-majiggy.
Nope, she can't do it.
Ah, noted. This is gonna be fun. Well, hopefully she doesn't do like big damage.
Oh, okay, so apparently I've got non-lethal already toggled on.
Oh. Yeah.
Because you toggled it on.
Yes. But you may be able to toggle it off on your side anyway. Hey, you get a 1d4 bonus to ability checks right now.
Unfortunately, I don't think my my spells class is non-lethal damage either.
Probably not, which is unfortunate. So you can probably do like a lot of different spells, but when they get like close to dead, then maybe then you do the whole like, you know, thingy.
No, I didn't counterspell it. I thought I counterspelled.
Let's have a look at the logs. They cast Dissonant Whispers, a level 1 enchantment. On a save, target still takes half damage. Cave Bear was hit. Cave Bear failed. Receive the condition. Cast failed counterspell. Spell must be level 3 or lower. If it is, you must succeed a check to nullify it. The difficulty on which is... So, they must have cast it at a higher... Yeah, they upcasted it. For 6d6, so that must have been a level 6 spell.
Alright, well, it's your turn.
Alrighty.
Moving.
Alright, observe as I now...
Kick all of the ass.
And then...
I've noticed that all of our characters are using staffs.
My feet.
It's just so useful. 3, which means now... There we go, knockdown. So that's the first one out of the way.
Need to find a way forward.
You can probably get away with doing a ranged hit on the two, what's-a-mahoozy, the two halflings gnomes. So,
maybe.
Yeah. Also, have fun in Monster Hunter World Blue if you're playing that right now. Hey, nice work. She's knocked down now.
Mm-hmm.
Glaives are just so useful.
They are. Widdly wee shillelagh! Really?
Bonk. Just misses entirely.
I gave you a widdly wee shillelagh.
Again, they upcasted it.
Damn upcasts.
Whoa-woed. Cookie for the Hawaiian pizza! Hopefully you're having a wonderful time. Boop. Thank you for the boops there, Morse. Alright.
Wait, now we're putting cookies on the Hawaiian pizza?
That's their decision.
Well, well.
What we have here.
I could have if I was smarter.
Can't even catch my breath.
There we go. Knocked out. So long as they don't catch fire, they should be good.
Don't waste a step.
And then... There we go. So yeah, there's only 14... Oh, it's only your Dryad and the Woad. Damn. But yeah, no, it's the eating Hawaiian pizza is their name, but I just say Hawaiian pizza for short. It's like how the Bookster I shorthand to Bookie, or Morse Amalgam to Morose. Nice. See?
Now, shall we have a chat?
All right. You won. You won. What more do you want from me?
You have room for them, surely. Because oh, you don't get a situational bonus?
I can at least do friendship. Yeah.
Woo!
Well, with Zenobia and the others gone, I don't suppose you'll take no for an answer.
They're not gone. They're just on the floor.
All right,
yeah,
they can stay. Are you happy now? Now I have to figure out what I'm going to do.
I'm sure a man of your means.
The room can wait. After what you've put me through, I need a drink.
Yeah. Now comes the fun question of what the fuck was in his basement.
Can't slow down.
That is what I want to know.
Nothing of interest. Copper ring, a maul, and a hand axe. The hand axe looks really cool, but it's not important.
Let's see.
Girl, we'll get through this.
She's not brave, Ben. She's just learned to stay silent to avoid...
Not quite sure why you stood up for us like that, but I won't say I'm not grateful. Thanks. And may Torm keep you.
Who? How did you end up here?
Same way lots of us did. Trying to get away from the army of the Absolute. If you had the chance to put a roof over your family's heads after being on the run for Torm knows how long, wouldn't you?
No one's telling you to leave.
We will stay. For now. I just hope he doesn't pay anyone else to come sniffing round. Thank you. And may Torm keep you. You're the first person in this city to have our backs. Thank you. Really.
Yeah, hey, you got inspiration for that.
Good thing you sorted that out. I was this close.
Alright. So, we've got a bit of a... Oh, there's the basement.
Hang on.
Close that door.
At least here we stand a chance.
Hold up, close the door before you do anything.
Yeah, alright. Oh, hang on, there's a little fire amber. And then move you here. Time for some sticky fingers.
Ooh, those sticky fingers.
Oh, would you look at that? I love the cat's grace. It just makes dexterity like so much better. There we go.
Certainly helpful.
Trap. Be cautious.
Where's the trap? Oh, they're on either side of us.
Rigged fireworks. Give me a second.
Yeah, disarm those before we,
Yeah, give me a sec. Holy shit! Oh well, I rolled a 5. And the bonus gets me up to 14, so I still pass that.
Well, I'm glad none of us fucking died just then!
Woglims, whatever the fuck that is. Oh my...
You think he's trapped the place enough? I'll leave you to disarm all the traps while I wait here.
Radio.
Since you've got the better skill set than I do when it comes to disarming traps.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of fireworks here, by the way.
Yeah. Alright, so I got rid of that tripwire.
There's rigged fireworks, there and there.
Yeah, I can see them. Okay, I failed on the perception.
Let me go a little bit forward. Where's that trap? I don't see it.
Neither do I.
Alright, I'm gonna move forward just... I don't like that!
Oh, I could go for a good meal.
I've got a long road ahead. Never wanted the easy path.
Damn, my guy, just...
Maybe you need to cast guidance on me real quick, just so then that way I can like waltz around.
Yeah, let me get that might give you some help.
This place is trapped.
Alrighty.
I think the main thing we have to worry about is the tripwires.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that will set them off. So, thank you.
Trap. Be cautious.
How many fucking traps did he lay here?
I think it's doing it for like each individual instance of like a firework and the tripwire that will actually activate them.
A young cave berry, killed and stuffed before its teeth were fully grown.
A young cave bear, killed and stuffed before its teeth were fully grown.
Thank you, Howson. It wasn't like I just heard code say the very same thing.
Oil lamp.
A blackmail letter. Arthur,
Oh.
package still waiting for you at Fellow Greer's. You'd better not be late again, and we'll start to wonder if you're really as committed as you claim to be. Pick it up, put it in the teddy bears, and make the donation. It couldn't be simpler, really. If it's still here this time tomorrow, we'll stuff you with it. As you well know, we've plenty to spare.
Might be worth checking Arthur's donations. Looks like his generosity's compromised.
Instructions for donation. Gifts for refugees only. Please distribute.
Refugees only?
This toy will be finished soon if they bear with it.
Did you just make a bad joke?
I heard it. Yep. All
And
right,
you guys go off at me for my dumb jokes.
An ordinary lamp. Not a trace of magic on it.
The Hell's Unleashed. Yeah, not important. Balls, balls, oops. Boop.
Okay, another tripwire right here.
Yeah, I see it.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
What gave you that indicator?
Mortal Kombat! Dun 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 dun.
Nice.
Alright, you might want to bring Carlac back over. Oh, you've already done that, good.
Yeah, I've already done that. I'm keeping up with the nonsense, don't you worries.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm absolutely positive. Ooh. Yes, please. Ooh, a trap disarmament tool, thank you. What's in the backpack?
Oh, there's a little girl here too.
Now we don't have to leave. I'm gonna build a big house for all the rats. It's gonna be really fancy. You'll see.
Good for you.
Alright, let's see if there's anything up the top floor here.
Just
Oh, there's some double doors here that are locked.
Mm-hmm. Boop. So those the only... Yeah, those look like the only ones. Alrighty then. Yes, I realize it's locked. I was hoping you would lockpick it. Rat house. Morris is absolutely enthralled with the idea of a rat house for whatever reason.
Well, I mean, Morris is a bunny. I guess that's close to being a rat.
A private book. A private music. Thank you for the hyper himbo, Hendrix. An unfinished love story written by Arthur Gregorio, whose name is attached to the bottom of every page.
Oh, it was the key here for the toy maker's house.
Nice. Her ample bosom fluttered like dove's fingers, brushing against his nails. The very ends of his mustache stood to attention as the fire stirred behind his eyes. No doubt this was love. Love! Oh, love! The stuff that dreams are made of. It made him sweat to think of it. The graceful, enduring, blossoming magnitude of what is all. The priceless, breathless, weightless, sheer romping joy of it. I'm gonna be real. This has been written better than some of the RPs I've seen. But I've seen better as well. There have been better RPs than what has been written there, but he's done better than most. The true and impossible adventures of Tenebrux Morrow.
I'm just borrowing that ring. He won't mind.
The sheer shrumping joy of it.
Oh, there's a letter there.
Hi, Benru. Welcome to the stream. If someone from chat could please, like, clip that moment of me reading the Arthur's private musings, I would greatly appreciate it.
We're lucky there's still decent folk about.
Ooh, the solemnly outfit in gold medallions. I'm gonna send that to camp in case that's gonna be a nice thing.
Let's have a look at myself.
I'm just gonna have another look at the box of Oddfire fireworks. Oh, I can pick those up. I didn't mean to actually pick them up. I'm gonna send them to camp.
Alright. Let's see, some refugees. And then...
What in the hells was that?
What the
Alright, come back up to you.
Baldur's Gate before. What the hell's...
Weird. Oh hey, the Shabbat Woody doors.
Why is your screen shaking?
It was you know, you could be like watching the Discord stream, so you can have a more up-to-date thing. We don't know why. Where's the shovel? Code, do you have a shovel?
I might have a shovel.
There we go.
Okay, what? Okay.
Why can't I use this?
My!
Oh, it's a small
the fates
shovel.
Move in strange and scrumptious ways. I am delighted to see you again.
Hello.
After our little interlude at last light, I was worried you'd gone quite mad.
Takes more than gore to turn my gullet.
And mine. And mine.
No, Benru has an opinion about
One
RPs.
thing I find quite distasteful is being kept outside our intended city. I'd quite like to get inside, but it's difficult to shuffle your way to the top of the queue when you're, well, as big as an ox. But what if I was smaller, more discreet? Maybe then a kind soul might bring me through, right in their little pocket.
Anybody else worried what the fuck this thing is? Not until you tell me exactly what you are.
Are we really ever going to learn anything?
Want to travel this road.
This is the same. This is the same ox from the second act as well.
And the first. I'm not sure what I want to do.
Well, also, Morris, if you only played the first act, this is going to be a bit of a problem because this is Act 3. You have... Not only have you missed me playing the first act with Code the Yoshi over here, you've missed out on us playing the second act with Code the Yoshi.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, he's right fucking there. Anyways,
I'm right fucking here.
He's right fucking there.
I'm right fucking here.
It's Code the fucking Yoshi.
I'm a fucking Yoshi.
Oh, he's a fucking Yoshi.
I'm a fucking god.
Someone alert Nintendo.
Oh no, don't tell that Nintendo. Fine, I'll help you.
This day has ended so much better than it started. Now, you don't worry about me. I'll be a good, quiet little apple you can tuck into the corner of your pack. Just until we're inside the city walls.
What if you eat him?
Hail, Cyric. I can't wait to get inside.
Cyric?
I don't fucking know. Also, I realized, a small shovel is not the same as a shovel. Oh, look at that. There's a mound of dirt. Oh, you have a shovel for whatever reason.
Apparently I have a shovel. Hold monster and animate dead.
Nice.
Yep, I'm taking those.
Cool. Sounds good. Alrighty.
I still...
Do you want to try and dig something around here, just in case? Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
If
Hang
you
on.
blended Zebra's tits with Code's belly, everything would be proportional. Do not tell Wukong this. He has a skill with booby and belly and butty and dicky.
Where is my shovel?
You don't have them?
I thought I had a shovel. That's how I digged up the hole.
Someone must have a shovel. Oh, Karlach has a shovel. Hang on a second. Split. Give it to Durkin. And then back to me. And then if I check my inventory... shovel. Start digging. Here.
Nothing interesting buried here.
We know this is bullshit because you just tried to have us.
Nothing.
Okay, maybe it was that thing there, maybe? Or it's that thing there. Who's digging it? Me. Okay, cool.
What's in it?
Ooh, a scroll of chain lightning. 10d8. I will take that. You want to take the scroll of lightning? Because I already got one.
Give it to Halson.
Halson. There we go.
I need to make sure he's got a few scroll spells up his sleeve, just in case.
Can he use them while in bear form? I didn't think he could.
Not in bear form, but while in other states, you know.
Yeah. Okay, so where do they...
No coin and nothing to do. You're going to hire all the refugees. Just like that.
Nearly there now. You can see the city. Up on the hill.
The possibilities are endless. One of our red
Oh, something happened.
Well, it's saving right now.
What do you
Not if I pull Mirror Dragon in it. Oh no, there's two of you in the chat. There's two. Oh, it's a circus.
Working in your circus.
Hello?
Baldarians! Stand with me against this tide that threatens to overwhelm us.
Please just go home. You're ruining a perfectly uneventful posting with this nonsense.
Please go home. You're making me do my job.
But they allow trash and vermin to take our homes and goods. Oh, another visitor, I see. Listen, we keep letting the likes of you in. Soon there'll be no room left for any of us true Baldarians.
Oh.
I thought cities were supposed to welcome folk of all walks of life. Clearly, I was mistaken.
He's one of those.
Yeah.
Another bleeding heart. Piss off and take it elsewhere.
Oh, I'm gonna punch you square in the dick, guy.
Where the fuck did he come from? Because I don't see
no.
where...
Hang on, I'm catching up to you, by the way.
More than a handful.
I went to the wrong way, so...
okay, because I went to a circus. I went to what looks to be a circus.
Of course. He never travels without his friends. Let's go.
Montgomery?
Stinks of cheese. Between his piggy toes.
How dare you? What in the hell is all of this?
A necessity, good sir. The Steel Watch loves pretending sweet Rivington doesn't exist. So we have decided to protect you, dear patrons. No need to thank us. You'll be allowed in once I've done this batch. Next! Hello, hello, and welcome to the Circus of the Last Days, the finest extra-planar circus there is.
Ooh, extra-planar.
A circus! Can we go?
Oh, she's fucking excited.
I've never heard of a extra-planar circus.
From plane to plane, thrilling all blessed to see us. From tempestuous Ginny to belligerent redcaps, you'll find them all here. But enough of this. The circus is a place of joy and distraction, so come inside and forget your worries.
This is Raktos. Hi there, Ginger. Welcome to the stream.
Hey.
Not a problem, dear patron. Benji just has to check if you're a vicious murderer. Benji?
Hi.
Blood! Tasty blood! So delicious!
Speak, Benjamin. Is he safe? killed before, but doesn't smell like a cultist. Ugh, wanted to eat murderer. Well, murderer or not, I can take no chances. I'm afraid you'll have to move along. No circus for you.
What? I want to go into the... Okay, I wasn't 100% down on it, but now I want to know. Surely we can come to an agreement.
It's a good thing I'm isn't it? Welcome to the circus
Hello.
of the last days. Have fun and be sure to catch the star of our show, Dribbles the Clown.
Wait, Dribbles the Clown? I think I remember hearing something about this Dribbles the Clown.
Hang on a second. Hello, everyone. We just got raided code.
I saw.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the stream. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. Eater, thank you. Imgenese. Thank you so much for the raid. Tonight is D&D night, where I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3 with my good friend, Code the Yoshi.
Heyo!
Heyo! So yeah, we just found a circus. We're in Act 3 right now. This is a nice raid. We think your stream is nice and too. This is a Gnissy raid because we are Gnissy Mareeps. Nice! Cool! Hopefully you had a wonderful time in... Guinness is a rock. You say it... Oh, so... Gnice? Is that how I say it? It's not... I'm Sash's bestie. You can call me Ellie. Hi, Sash's bestie, Ellie. I'm Grant.
I didn't know Sash had besties. I thought she only had slaves. Ow! Ow!
We do not speak poorly of the healer.
Costumes don't
Only when she's doing a bad job do we then start speaking poorly about her.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're playing Baldur's Gate 3. Me and Code have been at this together since Act 1. It's taken us months, but we're now in Act 3, and we've ended up in a place called the Circus of the Last Days.
Zara the Mummy. Fred.
Glenn's Midrash.
Oh, hang on. Is this where the kobold is? I've seen the memes of the kobold. It's all
Let's have a look at Zara.
A Trito.
Fine, let's detect thoughts. Yay! The warped headband will hopefully help me. The G is silent. Oh, okay, so... Nias. I've seen you in Dazzy streams and things. Oh, thank you.
Does this arsehole not understand common? Do you want to buy face paints?
I'd like to see your face paints. It's like, oh my god, there's a blue and there's a disguise kit. All right. Oh, actually, hang on a second. Get ready for some fucking mind-blowing nonsense. You ready for this shit?
Oh no.
Look at this. It costs so much more. And then we do get 16k for that, Troubles. Yay!
Damn, Grant. Damn. Abusing the system. Oh, I want to talk to this genie.
Hang on a second. I need to double check about
Oh.
Ugly one.
You're ugly.
Fucker.
Must have been a long trek from the elemental plane of air.
Yes. Behold, Akabi's Wheel of Wonders.
Ooh.
To win prizes beyond your tiny imagination.
This is on my
and make your miserable life more bearable.
Say hi. Well, I could. Hi. You have a wonderful evening, and dinner for you hopefully will be great.
Akabi has traveled across the plains,
Thank you, Akabi, for being in the way of a flag.
Win the spoils of such conquest. Or, if luck smiles upon you, win the grand prize, the jackpot.
Why do I get the feeling there's no way of winning the jackpot?
Hang on a sec. Just leave for a second. Hang on. So, first and foremost, I'm just going to get rid of these dies that I've got. Sent to camp.
There he is!
Where's who?
The kobold!
You wanna mark him so I have some that's a red cap.
He's over here. Oh shit, I didn't mean to wander off over there. You back over here.
Okay, we might need to go back to camp because I have something. I wanna try something. To be honest, Akabi is far sexier than Code's Dragonborn.
Benru, how could you?
Benru got taste. Benru just has a type. Where the fuck is my... Why is there... Like, there's just invisible chests here.
Yeah. Are they in the ground? Oh, I found mine.
There we go. Alright.
Down by the river.
Where is it? I have a ring. Here it is! Magic ring. Also, I'm probably gonna... I probably need to move a few of my things. Look how much nonsense I've got.
What does this magic ring do?
I think it's... You remember the magic ring that made it heads every time?
I don't think that's gonna work.
Oh, ye of little faith.
No, me of massive faith.
Alright, I'm gonna send that to Ken because I don't need to carry on to that. Magical interference.
What is Will wearing?
I don't fucking know. I wasn't paying attention. Why do you care? I'm gonna send this to Shadowheart because that's her weapon. Camp supplies. I'm gonna send this into camp. And throwables. Hey, so these do 3d6 of fire. Sends a small rocket at a foe, blasting the target and inflicting color spray. Nice.
Your cantrips deal additional damage based on equal to your charisma. Beginning of the wearer's turn, the robe activates, guaranteeing temporary hit points based. That could actually be really good for me.
Sent to camp because we don't need to hold on to that. Cures blindness. Serpent shit. Gain an additional level 4 spell slot. Replaces the effect of other... Okay, I'm going to send that to you. Gaseous form. Featherfall. Everlasting... Here it is! Everlasting Vigor. Permanently increase your strength by 2 points.
Nice.
That's the thing that... From a woman wanting Astarion to suck her blood. And Astarion was just like, are you sure? She smells terrible from here.
Right. Do it. Suck her.
Suck it.
Suck her.
Alright, so I'm gonna wear this magic ring. This magic ring. Alright, we're gonna get out of the camp. Zeebs, question. You playing as a halfling because you're secretly short IRL? This is not a halfling. This is a dwarf. I have explained in so many different games, especially in Overlord. This was a clip as well in Overlord 2. Dwarf is objectively the best narrative fantasy race to pick in fantasy scenarios, because not only do they get the magical element that you get with fantasy races like with elves and shit, but you get the human ingenuity normally reserved to humans in the science fiction or in real life. It is the best of both worlds. So yeah, dwarfs are the superior. Plus, you get a bonus to con a lot of the times. Alrighty. I am
the only thing I heard in all that was nerd.
Ugly one.
Don't listen to this dragon fucker. The hells did you call me?
Ugly, hideous, behold, spin.
What kind of things can I win?
Or, if luck smiles upon you, win the.
What is the jackpot?
No more questions. Spin or don't.
I'd like to spin.
Let us see if you have luck's favor.
Oh, there's a perception check.
Alas, no jackpot for you.
Can I spin again?
Yes!
Do I get another?
No.
Alas, no jack. You are welcome.
A magical.
Let me see.
So I got myself a magical walnut and a bag of molding. All food that is put into this bag immediately grows mold and spoils. Magic walnut.
That doesn't sound very nice. Let me talk to him.
The spongy.
I'm just gonna F5 this in case you got a thingamadiggy. Hi there, Arco Mistro. You're a little bit behind on the raid. Let's see if you pick something up. Nah, you failed. It's at this point that we re-roll.
No jackpot for you.
We re-roll until you hit the perception. What's the thingamadiggy to do perception checks again? BG3 perception check.
Be intelligence.
It is people who are proficient. The following backgrounds, the following races. Characters with a Dungeon Delver feat have advantage. Oh, Saloon Spear of Night, apparently? I don't know if it's going to be Saloon Spear of Night that will help. Halberd of Vengeance, Astral Knowledge, Knowledge of the Ages, Guidance, Owl, Hex.
Returns!
Hex gives us advantage. Owl's Wisdom does advantage, so it's a wisdom thing. So, hang on a second.
If you've got it,
give me a second. There's probably something I can use. Enlarge, scroll, Harbor of Vengeance. Gain a +2 initiative. Advantage on perception ability checks. Okay, so Karlak can get an advantage on ability. So if you cast Owl thingy-majiggy on her, and then she does the casting, then it should,
Let me try one more spin. If not, we'll move over to Karlak.
Alrighty then. You got gold?
No one's stopped me yet.
Hey, good looking.
My darling, I know.
Did you get a roll?
Alas, you would accuse me, Akabi, destroyer of planes, of cheating.
Destroyer of planes.
I am, however, feeling
So did you pass the perception check?
Soon I will forget this and allow you to spin again.
Fun? Yeah, I got the perception check.
Hey, nice work.
Choose.
Do your worst. No, do your worst, do your worst. It's in all caps.
My fury.
Ah! I will chase!
Cheese? Can you move? Oh my god, you can move! He's cheese! Oh. It's a stink. You're polymorph for 18 turns.
You know what? He's asked for this.
Approach! Beyond! Spin! To win prizes beyond... No more questions! Spin or... Let us see if you have luck's favor. Alas! No jackpot for you.
I was trying to spray him with cheese.
I am, however, feeling gracious. So I will forget this and allow you to spin again. Alas! No!
Lonely left boot of elf kind. There's gotta be...
Yeah, how'd that fucking feel, bitch?
You failed to win the grand prize. But fear not, grotesque one.
I don't want to be cheese.
There's gotta be... Hang on.
You can always try to steal whatever he's got that's causing him to be able to do the jackpot.
Book of Cheese Armory, the Mahogany Wardrobe. Because, like... Did the perception check say how he was cheating?
No. Oh, yeah, it said something was glowing in his beard. So it's something he's got on him. Unlucky Thieves' Glove, sleight of hand 2.
Still breathing, despite everything. Can't risk being in open view.
Oh god, I'm no longer cheese.
Out of sight, out of...
It's something he's got on him, Grant.
Let's see what you're hiding.
Gin ring.
That's probably what it is.
And a toy block.
Try taking the ring from him.
Yep, got it.
Alright, now try spinning the wheel.
Best be on my way.
Gin ring. Let's have a look.
You failed
Hi,
to
Furry
win the
Cures.
grand prize. But fear not, grotesque one. Yeah!
Oh, come on. Yes!
Possible. You thief! You cheated!
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Enjoy the jackpot, muley curd!
Grant, where did you go? Holy shit, those are dinosaurs!
Yep, there's one.
What path lies before me?
I wonder if there's any good items in that area.
Give me a second as I really quickly give my...
Akabi's wheel is close to you, vile, cheesy one!
Aww.
Give me a second. I think I have... Oh, it's not me that's holding the ring of invisibility. It's something else. Darn it.
I think I've got some... No, I don't have any vials of invisibility.
Oh, Jesus.
Jump over there. Maybe you might be able to get around there.
Looks like there's someone there. Yeah, look, there's a dead person. Oh boy. Oh my god, I succeeded on that one.
Just be very, very careful. Oh, there's your portal, and there's a chest there. What's in the chest?
Hang on. Let's have a look. Ding. Ba 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 ba. Use the thieves' tools to get myself Nyrulana. This weapon will return to your hand when thrown. You cannot be forced to... Oh!
That looks good.
Oh, I think this is the weapon that's in a lot of guides that are like, oh, get all these bonuses to, like, throwing shit. Because, like, you know, this is a legendary weapon with, like, plus fucking with enchantment
too bad you don't have proficiency in martial.
We'll figure this shit out. Don't you worry. It's probably something like for Karlach or for Lae'zel. And then you do like a... I'll look it up. I'll look up a build. Hey, there's the, So yeah, I was in the toilets.
That's the kobold. I want to talk to him. I want to talk to him.
No, I'm talking to him. I'm talking to him. Fuck off. I'm talking to the kobold, you dragonborn.
Oh, hungry little hobgoblin. Want a treato?
Want a treato?
I has lots of treatos. And magics. And junks I finds.
Oh, he's got a bow in his top hat.
I only takes junks from dead people. I is nice.
He's so cute. I want to take him home.
How often do you loot corpses?
Oh, lots of times. The beasts ate a kiddo the other day, and I got some good stuffs. I mean, circus is safe. Do not worry. Yes.
I want to take him home.
This is. We need to share this with Dazzy.
We need to put him in the trunk.
Yes. I has lots of stuffs just for you.
Have it.
You're messaging that. You're messaging Dazzy, aren't you?
Not right now, no. Ooh, an elixir of cloud giants increases your strength to 27. Holy shit. Have a treato. Dark displacement gloves. You gain +1 to attack rolls when throwing, and you may swap positions with the target if they failed a dexterity saving throw.
That'd be a good one that can be paired with that spear you've got.
Yeah.
Bye-bye now. Come back to Papa soon.
Papa.
How are you doing that? How are you stealing all that?
I'm not stealing it.
Get your shinies and treatos.
I talked to him.
Oh, a scaly one. Hungry lizard. Big lizard. Want a treato? I has lots of treatos. And magics and junks.
He's so cute!
Don't worry. I only takes junks from dead people. I is nice. Oh, lots of times.
I just love how he's just like,
have a treato. Yes!
I have lots of treatos.
Lots of stuff.
I need... Oh, you've taken all... No, he's got gold. Okay, cool, because I need to sell this shit off.
Yeah, he should have gotten gold. I got so much shit from him.
How are you doing that, by the way?
Bartering.
Yeah, but how are you doing it through the bartering? I haven't seen that little exploit.
Magic.
Is your
I honestly don't know how to describe it.
Dreary?
You're not gonna tell me.
Come to the right place. Brows are bespoke, stony and...
Chad, he holding out on me.
Or commission a statue in
Oh my goodness, an earth elemental.
It is our most sought-after service.
Oh my goodness. Oh my damn.
Stony and Bony? Which one are you?
Bony, at your service. That there is my darling wife, Stony. Is she not magnificent?
Good for you, Boney. Good for you. She's a lot bigger than you.
No, it's wondrous. Now, what can I do for you?
I'd like a statue of myself for camp.
My wife shall be delighted. Customs are her favorite.
Aw, Papa's adorable.
My facial structure is as unique as yours.
Do I want one ready for battle or in my... I think I want one ready for battle.
Tremendous! Stony, darling, let us put this towards our getaway in the Moonshay Isles. I'll have your statue shipped to your camp.
Look at this dude just being like, my wife, Stony, and then she's just like a fucking chong. Look at her. Look at the size difference between Boney and Stony.
I mean, it kind of reminds me of that that thing about the the bunny that's in love with a woman, another bunny like 5 times its own size.
Yeah.
Scummy ball bag, move! My gots to clean.
Clean. Nice.
What's this guy over here?
So much cool shit.
Ah, Lucille! It's pose, grapevine, then pivot step. Jacob, you have the grace of my great-grandmother's missing...
I think that's actually a drag queen actor playing this character.
She does. They do look like a drag queen. They remind me. They remind me of Ursula from The Little Mermaid.
It up. Interrupting a massacre? Merkel, help me! These three make the art of dance look like a ritual sacrifice.
They're trying to make the dance macabre or something.
Me Lucretius, ringmaster, necromancer, bringer of the night. Oh, and wine lover extraordinaire.
Woo!
Normally I'd invite you into my tent for a lovely vintage, but these graceless skellies need my full attention. Enjoy my circus, darling.
Ah.
Uh-huh.
Look at the size difference between Grant and Co. We're not an odd couple. If any, we're not a couple. Look at the Trito guy. Hang on a sec. I really wonder, like, what this place is like with, like, Gale and I'm over here. What the fuck was that?
That's what I want to know. You saw that, right?
I only saw the flash of red. That's not... I didn't exactly see anything else. Oh, hey, a shovel.
Alvin Muffle Fieldwick gave his fortune to the poor, died in the arms of friends. He will be missed.
Oh, damn, there's a lot of tombstones here.
B. Gardenson gave her life protecting fellow refugees. May the one who endures shelter her.
Huh.
I mean, that person disappeared somewhere around here, so did they wander off down here, maybe?
For all we know, they probably, like, planar something or rather. Alright, we can't exactly go through there without...
Yeah, pissing somebody off.
Just out of view.
Oh, there's a wooden chesticle over here.
It's the Open Hand Temple.
Have to keep going.
I think that's a monk temple, isn't it?
The Open Hand?
Yeah.
Need to find a way forward.
I've said all I have to say already. Now I just want to pack up my kitchen and leave.
Why are you packing up your kitchen?
Soup kitchen's no good if we've no one to feed soup to. Besides, Father Lorcan's gone. Murdered. And now they're blaming a refugee for it.
Oh, that's not good.
He was attacked in the cellar. He had a private altar down there. Used to like the solitude. The man ate like a horse. A soup-hungry horse. Usually took enough to feed a small clergy down there.
That seems a bit odd.
Suspicious.
Not very nutritious. Hang on, hold up. Let me catch up to you. Hold up, because you ran into the thing. I thought we couldn't go in there. That's why I didn't follow you in.
I think the door we couldn't go through, but everything else we're fine. Turncoat back into a wheel of cheese to feed the refugees.
No!
He has stinky cheese. He wouldn't be great.
Where did you go into? Was there a cellar door or?
Yeah, in the kitchen.
Okay, in the kitchen.
So, a private altar. There's a lot of fucking blood.
There is, even from the door here.
Rites for the passing. Ilmatari death rites. The turning is particularly dog-eared. There will come many a time, O worshipful tormented, that you will have to comfort a faithless unfortunate as they pass from this life to the next. Or, perhaps even more distastefully, you may be faced with the dying acolyte of a wretched god, keen to shirk the blasted afterlife awaiting them. The Lord on the Rack grants us a great many powers, but altering the moral velocity of a soul is one we cannot shift on the deathbed. If one has lived a life of sin, their soul is bound for a sinful place, no matter their final protestations. However, it would do much more harm than good to tell them this. Ilmata does not forbid the speaking of untruth, no matter how polite society deems the act. If it would spare the dying wretch some suffering as they pass, tell them that the weeping god awaits them with his balming embrace. Make them believe, whatever torment their...
Valoric Windbane, born 1399 DR, died 1486 DR.
Sorry, I was checking out a coffin.
Perhaps the hardest suffering to ale is that which dulls but does not pang.
Also, there's a trap thing over here, by the way.
Noted.
Attention first. Bunnings is now low.
Is now Hammer Barn after an episode of Bluey, so now you can snack on bandit snags. Someone bonk Benru for that. They know exactly what they're... Ooh, Miracle of the Outer City. Reckoning here... That doesn't seem important. Disarm display case.
Oh, hell no.
I'm sorry, Benru, but you need a bonkin.
Becky, Lem Smash.
I love how there was two different ways this was taken by my moderators. Either one is okay. There we go. How did you open it?
I didn't.
Oh.
Do I look that talented to you?
Elixir of the Battle Mage power. Drink it to increase the effectiveness of your spells. You will gain 3 arcane acuity. Replace when I hear bonk, it means the void. It means to the void for a break. Oh. No. If I want to do a timeout, I will say a timeout, or like I will use proper terminology for bans and timeouts, because those I feel like are very applicable words. A bonk is quite literally a bonk. Sorry, I didn't mean to like. I wasn't, you know, I wasn't doing a wink of like, oh, send them to the Shadow Realm and then like have them banned kind of thing. Like, if I want someone banned, I will probably be very explicit with the, you know, ban request. I am going to pick that drink up. Is there anything else around here? There's a pile of books. Did you check the books?
I did.
Okay, there's nothing in here. You sure? Oh, pile of
There's a couple of corpses.
Oh, Jesus. Why is there a lot of corpses here?
I don't know. I haven't spoken to them yet.
You haven't good to know. Speaking to them is the next step.
Can't target undead.
Yeah, these are all corpses. I guess they weren't...
Yeah, but they're undead.
Yeah, but I guess it's an issue of they're not recently dead, is the thing.
No, they are undead, as in they are being brought to life by a spell.
Don't know what to tell you.
Here lies Reloric
Benru knows what you are like.
Born
cool.
1399 DR, died 1486 DR.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the wild guess that they're very... Also, there's something behind here. There's like a... Apparently there's like a path on the other side here.
Oh, yeah. Maybe light the candles? The brazier is next to you.
Okay, let's see. Weird that my eye didn't pick up on this door, unless it's not actually a door. Like... a plea of rest? Hastily scroll plea of rest.
It looks to be a door on the other side.
Banana.
Oh, nanas.
Oh.
What was that?
Perception over here. There we go.
Curious.
Did you press the button?
Thought I pressed the button.
Oh, maybe I need to go over here. Karlak, could you, like, please, like, be helpful?
Go suck a lemon.
There we go.
What's that?
Maybe we need to press it at the same time.
Hang on, let me just check and make sure there's nothing else on the other side of these walls.
Oh, yeah, there's, like, 4 of these things. Hi, Blue. Ish okay.
Nope,
I think me and Blue get on pretty okay. It's all in jest. Yep, cool. Fair enough. So long as there's no hard feelings between...
Oh, there we go.
Oh, why didn't that work last time? So long as there's no hard feelings from this thing. Because, yeah, like, I said bonk and, you know, Blue... And, like, you know, some people have, like, you know, innuendo for, like, bans and timeouts and such. But I feel like if I was going to do that to viewers, I wouldn't, like, mince words. I would actually just call it a ban or a timeout.
What's going on over here?
Oh. So Rudy, Zom, and Muzz. Oh, don't forget, we also have unarmed damage, so you can turn that off now.
Yeah, you've already turned it off.
Well, oh, okay, so it affects you as well. Cool. Alrighty, so I'm gonna have her go over here, and then...
They look to be thieves.
Yeah.
Survival is all that matters.
We best stop this thievery.
This chicanery. Oh, there's a lot of blood here, too. Did they do something?
I don't know.
That blood's leading all the way out to here.
Morphic ambush. Oh, what the fuck happened to Rudy? Alright, Helson, you do your thing. Try not to turn into a bear.
Why not?
Because I don't know, would it be effective here?
I don't know. That might be, though.
Alright, we'll give that one a try.
Oh god, he be dashing.
Oh, flourish is a bonus action, that's why. I was like, how did they... They have a terrible pathing. You're just gonna fireball right in front of us?
Nope.
Nice.
And now push.
Prepare to get bonked. Oh, that's not a bonking. Hey, that's cool. Now it's my turn.
Good push.
Thank you.
Where do I go from here? On my way.
Oh, so that is their actual forms. They're not turning into... They're not disguising as monsters. They are monsters. Weird. Best of luck. What's this burning... Oh, never mind, they're dead. So they're doppelgangers, it says. Solve the open hand murder. Okay, so we solved it. Apparently we solved it.
Someone was arranging these corpses. What for?
Ooh.
Oh, a clown's severed torso.
We might need that.
Is this some kind of display?
The effigy of Ilisera, who watched and waited. What uses her eyes? She thought herself a huntress, but couldn't fathom her wool. Below is an exaggerated signature, written in blood or in the red.
Wait, where did that corpse, the torso go?
It's in my inventory.
Oh, okay.
I know it's weird, but let's be real. If they're separating a torso for us with a different like thingy-madiggy, then sure. Let's. Ooh, Still Maker. A +2 weapon with hold person. The dagger's twisted blade is designed to nick the flesh as many times as possible, allowing its paralytic poison to flow effortlessly into an unfortunate target.
Sounds like something Asterion would use.
It is. I'm sending that to camp. So... we're finding...
That's why he would bring down all the soup.
Oathkeeper Knight thingies. Cool.
He wasn't eating it, he was giving it to these people.
Looks like there's... we can go further down.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Cloud kill.
Meanwhile, I am going to take the fun route.
There's a wooden chest in there, though, too.
I'm alive.
Alright, might as well.
Oh, there! God damn it! There was like a wall here we could have climbed. I feel dumb.
I fucked up.
You're not dead, are you? You fucked
Gonna be.
Where the? Can you just do a quick heal?
I done diddly-eyed.
Let me find my scroll. Do you have a scroll?
Yes, close at hand.
There we go. So... I'm gonna take the wild guess that Cloudkill you do not want to be in.
No. But there's a chesty over there.
Do we really want to try? Oh, there's a cave mouth here, so... we have an easy in and out if we want. Hang on. Where... I swear there's something... Hang on, I just need it. Okay, cool. No, that wasn't a... alright, bestowing curses, chain lightning... Oh! Why don't you just throw fire in there?
I tried. Well, I tried throwing a fireball, but, firebolt. I didn't try a fire.
No, I think firebolt should have done it. Oh, hey! Oh.
Looks like these people were trying to hide in the tunnels here.
Didn't work.
This is careful but erratic hand of a newly learned writer. Mum said I need to say thank you more, so thank you. Thank you for telling off that nasty woman who was shouting all those nasty things at me. That's 3 times I've wrote thank you, now 4, parentheses. So I think Mum will be happy. One more thing. Did you see my teddy anywhere? I think I dropped it during all the shouting. Okay. Redney, Melkor, Tenants of the Gods. Oh wait, what was the thing that Melkor had? Please, Father Lorgon, Rector Giannis, if there's any food to spare, our stomachs yowl at night like kicked dogs. Carrots, apples, we'll even crunch on onion if that's what you've got. Okay, weird.
Ew.
Elixir of Perilous Focus. Drink to gain advantage on concentration saves and against being charmed. Magic can't put you to sleep, replacing the effects of other thingies. Okay. Yep, and it's got like a symbol of the absolute on here as well. Hmm. Tenants of a broken god, half-eaten shit. Yeah, lots of blood. More rocks and thingies. You still having to think about that chest?
Yeah, because there's no way there's not something good in there with the cloud kill being there.
Well, the question is why is the cloud kill there?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Oh, God, I need a coffee.
That took the edge.
I have an idea.
Maybe have Karlak stay behind.
Thank you for reminding me.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
Ah, the vent there. Hang on. Let me see if I can find a barrel to throw down there. Cat, don't lick in between my toes. That is disgusting.
Damn it, I'm not getting the thingy-majiggy in time.
Hang on, barrel.
What's the barrel for?
Put it over the vent.
Oh.
There must be another vent somewhere nearby.
See if you can drag my corpse. Or, actually, hang on a second. Try again. So now, if Karlak helps me up...
You alive?
Alrighty, and then...
There must be another vent nearby. Did you get the chest, by the way?
I opened it. There was a black diamond, a gold, and a random potion.
Alright, we'll get the hell out.
Yeah, just give me a sec, Alright.
Alright, what now?
Wait, why didn't I just Misty Step over there?
We're idiots, that's why.
Time to press ahead.
Oh, we can probably end turn base.
There we go.
No, never mind.
Alrighty, now let's head down here to the cave's mouth.
Mouth.
We've at least now sussed out the thingy-majiggy of the
dead guy?
The murders, yes, exactly. Didn't take... Get off my throne, Blue. I haven't yet updated that. I was gonna put on a treadmill if I could find one that could hold my weight. Because you know how you can get, like, you can start getting treadmills for, like, really cheap that are, like, walking or, like, sort of jogging speed, like 10, 12 kilometers an hour? So I was gonna... Oh, why is there a little thingy-majiggy here? Investigate the crime scene. Is there much more to investigate with this particular crime scene? Like...
I mean...
Did we check all the bodies and read their thing? Like... Hide the completed stuff. At Baldur's Gate, investigate We found a blackmail letter in the toy maker. Oh, that's the suspicious toys. Devilish ox. Solve the open hand murders. A trail of blood ran from the open into a secret passage through nearby caves. We should follow it to find more evidence. Ah, okay, so... Wait, nearby caves?
Well, nothing over there.
There's just...
Oh, wait, hang on. There's a heavy chest over here.
Did we just, like...
Nothing all that good.
Oh, okay, sorry. So yeah, because it looks like there's a cave opening here, which is maybe where the thingy... Just get more MTG cards. No, I'm not going to get more MTG cards when I don't know what more MTG cards I want. Besides, the last time I put MTG cards on there, they're, like, they never got purchased. I had to, like, basically throw my own money in there. So...
Yeah, I just spent a whole pile of time putting all the Dorohedoro manga on my throne.
Okay. And then, yeah, this is the mouth.
So, you know, if anyone wants to go check it out, you know, maybe get me something, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, you know, go right ahead. You know, come on.
Yeah, why don't you go check out Code's, throne? What the fuck is this?
Wow, Clout Chaser? Fucking yeah! I'll chase that cloud all the way from here to Azerbaijan.
Wait, will it let me... So... Okay, so it's around here. Hey! The trick worked.
See, I told you it would work. Anything good?
Dimensional door. Superior healing and some thieves tools.
Something over there.
Alright, so you're gonna check that one out. Oh hey, look, a boat. That is like half sunk into the water.
Scroll of Disintegrate.
Damn.
I mean, when in doubt, disintegrate.
When in doubt, disintegrate. Is that your quote? Is that what you're gonna go with?
No. Mine is just always the same thing that any good sorcerer would say. Fireball! Dun 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 na 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 na.
Hi there, Minty Fresh. Welcome to the stream. It's D&D night. No.
Oh, I found a dead refugee.
I cast slow internet speed. I don't know if that was.
Hang on. Abracadabra, flagellus flortion. Give this wizard testicular torsion.
I didn't see anything happen.
Someone in chat just starts complaining about being very sore.
Oh my goodness, the path just ends there? That's fucking dumb.
Looks like there's something there that should have been blown up.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like there's any reason to blow anything up there.
Oh, that must be Baldur's Gate right there, or something up above us.
Oh, hang on. What's over here? A resistance to radiant damage, a ladder. Where the fuck am I going? Worms Crossing.
Why are worms crossing over here?
So, yeah, this is the Worms Crossing.
It's your birthday. You deserve to cut loose.
Looking for lodgings? Don't bother. All the decent places are gone. Damned coronation.
There's a coronation going off?
The
missus and I have been dreaming about the city. No more sleeping rough. Didn't expect to find it locked down tighter than a watcher's fist.
Weird. Okay.
We need to find where they burrowed themselves up. You an adventurer?
Adventuring?
Looking to pad your purse? Find their foxhole. Bring me their...
I can't see anything. For some reason, it's pulled up my UI.
Reward you well.
What?
Yeah.
Sounds a bit radical to ask for their chief's head.
I can't do anything.
Oh, that's not good.
This is literally my screen at the moment.
What happens if you Alt-Tab?
That's what I've done.
Oh, click on Halson. No, click on Halson, then click on the guy.
Honestly.
Ah. Nope, because it's not letting me do it.
All right, click on the character thingy-majiggy at the bottom there. See how it says character select?
Yep, not letting me do anything.
Oh.
I think we might need to quickly reload.
Hang on a second, I will figure this shit out. Also, I need to stop watching this. There we go. That way there's an intended double up. Hey there, Angro. Welcome to the stream. We're solving shit.
No, you may need to reload a save state quickly. Because it's not gonna let me do anything.
Yay, there's an autosave for the Worms Crossing.
Not sure what happened. For some reason, my UI came up instead of the actual chat menu.
Weird. Stretching. Excuse me. But yeah. Don't look at my throne, because I'm thinking of looking for some home gym stuff. Because
like I said, look at my throne, everyone. Look at mine. Look at me.
So I'm thinking of, because like I feel like one of the things I might want to do is get like a treadmill or something like that.
Bloody
for
gnomes.
Oh no!
Think they can get away with anything?
Yeah.
Neelikers threw explosives at the Steel Watch. We need to find you.
Sounds a bit radical.
Looking to pad your purse? Find their foxhole.
Are you able to do the
Bring me their chief's head.
Yeah.
The fist. You'll change your mind once they kill innocent citizens. The only language they'll understand is that of intimidating violence.
Sounds like a job for the Flaming Fist.
I agree. But we can't leave our post. Not with all the patriarchs meeting in Worms Rock for the coronation. Give the right look. Solid bones. Steady face. The kind that cleans up vermin for pay.
Alright, we'll look into it.
Sniff 'em out. Gut 'em clean.
Our house disapproves.
No! Yeah, why
Redo it!
No! What made you think he would have sided with you?
I don't know, redo it, my daddy!
Think! What do you think? What do you think Halson would have done? No!
Reload!
Also, hey,
Daddy
look, it's one of the Steel
loves
Watchers.
me!
Citizen, you are being accompanied by a malfunctioning Steel Watcher.
Jesus
Please
Christ,
stand
these
back.
things are ornate as fuck.
I think you have the wrong hunk of metal.
False. Report your purpose, Steel Watcher. Why are you following these citizens unbidden? I understand your malfunction.
What?
Your unit is a highly outdated model. The Ragnak's casement protecting your metallurgized iced valves is burning well outside the recommended temperature. Please report to the Steelwatch Foundry for dismantling.
Dismantling? It thinks you're one of them.
Not sure. Maybe whatever keeps them going is similar to my tin can. Turns out I'm the fucking prototype for these things. I'll dismantle every single one of them.
Any threat to the Steel Watch is a threat to Lord Gortash himself. Please report to the Steel Watch Foundry for immediate dismantling.
Same thing Damon said.
Yeah. Hey, Metal Man. If I report to this foundry, can my engine be fixed?
Your make is very obsolete. Repairing your engine would be not only...
Yeah.
Great.
Tell me something I don't know.
The Steel Watch Foundry is off limits to visitors. This malfunctioning unit can...
Well,
all you want.
Daddy, I'm sorry. Please don't hate me.
Worm's Crossing, the gaping maw of the city. Nature has little control over what happens beyond that bridge. I have. He speaks to me during my nightly meditations.
Oh, good for him.
He is well. And Oliver also. At times they are one, and at others they divide. Easier for playing, perhaps. And the land thrives also. I doubt you would recognize it. Perhaps one day, you and I can both return and see it for ourselves.
Daddy, take me.
He's not gonna take you.
Given the circumstances, you're faring as well as can be expected, I suppose.
But Daddy...
The Duke. Ravengard, I think.
I think I might have found a treadmill that will at least hold my weight and allow me to either walk or jog.
For the good of the people.
Where are you going?
I'm having a look around.
Oh hey, look, this is another tiefling. Lens.
Aren't you... I knew there was a story here. And there, the name's Lens. Reporter with the Boulder's Mouth Gazette. Care to do a quick interview?
Still has a fucking quill, despite the fact they have books. What do you want with me?
I'm here looking for my next angle. But it's all the same. Oppression, fam. It won't take more than 2 moments of your time. So, you've arrived at Baldur's Gate. What's brought you here at a time like this?
My life is in danger. I've come to find a way to save myself.
You came seeking safety in a city under siege. Though, from what I hear, you've little to fear from the Absolute. My sources tell me you recently vanquished the fearsome General Ketheric Thorm. How did you manage that?
How do you know that? How the hell did you know about that?
I'm a journalist. It's my job to know everything.
Sure it is.
Unfortunately, the version I heard was light on the details. So what did you do to Ketheric?
I offered him a chance at redemption. When he refused to take it, he left me no
So you
say.
were forced to kill him. What a tragic story.
I know there was, like, a
Unfortunately,
monk
absolutists
option,
rarely seem interested in
but
compromise.
I didn't want to go for the absolute. I didn't want to go for the
cult's
monk one because I
threat
felt
is
like it was
far from
vague.
extinguished. What's your plan of attack?
Be as water, move as river, strike like a tsunami. I will drown this fetrid cult. Nah.
Much of a planner, I'm afraid. More of a improviser.
Inspire some like-minded citizens to help your cause. You must have some strategy in mind.
Why does she want to know all this?
Gortash, maybe. You'll find me much harder to kill.
Fucking knew it!
The fuck? Oh.
So, you're the lickspittle who crushed the Bone Lord's thrall. I know the truth. You come for our nether stones. Come to prize one from the tyrant's death grip. Pluck the other from my rotted carcass.
Can you get a hit on her?
When you find the Lordling,
oh, there isn't any like exit.
Hold up. Damn it! I said hold up.
How long has she been watching?
Wait, does that mean the person who disappeared earlier was her?
Maybe. I didn't get a good look.
Fucking shapeshifter. She'll try to break our best asset, our trust. Fortunately, she's no match for our second best asset, me.
Nice.
But we won't clear from Arm. There's nowhere else to
That foul shapeshifter Orin is like a scavenger beast, probing us for weaknesses. Do not let her
There must be something.
And then...
Damn it, if you gave me a chance, I could have snuck up and stolen her dagger.
You don't... Oh. The fuck was...
It's the Elder Brain. There's something happening to it.
Oh, I don't care what
no,
gender
Blue.
you are. Put on the maid outfit.
The maid outfit. Are you serious?
I don't care what gender you are. Put on the maid outfit.
Despicable, honestly.
Never thought I'd feel sorry for a flock of pigeons.
Alrighty. Does this loop us back around to where the circus was? Hang on. There's a smithy here.
Oh, really?
Welcome, adventurer. No doubt you came here to choose from... Yes, I seem to have it all. Why don't we see if we can find the perfect weapon for you?
Oh, you know my perfect
I
weapon.
provide a personalized service for my... Tell me, how do you like to kill?
Find the key within my opponent, then I
I
extinguish
see.
it.
Playing to your strength. And when you kill someone, what do you feel?
I take time to reflect. To kill is to understand oneself, for better or for worse.
Killing holds no fear for you, does it? You want one more question. Do you think you could turn your weapon on those closest to you?
Oh god, it's her again.
What difference does that
This
make?
weapon must be fit for every kill, even the ones you never think will come. So, answer me honestly. Could you kill one you loved?
Can I swap? No.
Let's go.
Alright, so 28. Alright, let's see what happens. Conjure us to fight. Alrighty. Where's the thing? Alright, here we go. So.
What are you trying to do?
Yeah.
Fucking knew it.
Ticklish little creature tries to sneak and slice. Hack away, sweet meat. Let your butcher.
Oh, the skin does a wobbly thing.
Yeah.
She's playing with us. We're not her fucking toys.
Wait, there's a corpse. Oh, that's the people we were fighting earlier.
Oh, hey, it's the...
You! Try attacking me when my back isn't turned, you bloody coward.
What in the nine hells are you
Now
talking
you're
about?
acting innocent, are you? I'm gonna knock that smirk right off your face.
You had a blow to your head. Are you sure you're remembering correctly?
Oof.
Continue.
A liar and a thug.
Not
not for communal use, it seems.
What path lies before me?
You're being arrested for theft. If you have a defense, make it now.
I'm gonna just head to prison. We're in Baldur's Gate!
What are you doing? We cannot defeat the brain without that stone.
Yeah, just give me a min.
You were seen picking a lock. Prison guards are rarely happy to let such...
I think you should reload, Grant.
No. Don't you worry. I can get out of this. Don't you worry.
Breathe quiet.
We're just gonna wait for Grant to do his thing, everyone.
Just you watch. Ooh. The True Life of Lord Gortash, a biography manuscript. With info required from interviewing who escaped the Foundry, something about the Watchers are Gortash's most powerful defenders, but also his greatest vulnerability, since they're all controlled from one central nexus. Nice. Okay. Well, okay. So...
Don't want to draw any attention.
Don't worry, I can... Oh, hang on. So I still have my rings. I can cast Mage Hand. Don't you worry, I'm gonna get out of... Who the fuck is he? Auto-Ot?
Oakfather preserve you.
You're still
I just wanted to
outside.
see. No, I just wanted to see if he said anything about her recent appearance. Alright, I'm gonna go to camp and wait for you. You can't just go to camp, can you?
No, you can go to camp. You can go to camp.
No, you.
Oh, me? No, I can't just go to camp. Let me think up the strat, okay? There's gonna be a strat to all this.
Oh, Will wants to talk to us, and there's also...
Alrighty, so we've got the evidence and the equipment locker here with a wooden crate. Alright, so...
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go and get something to eat, drink. Be right back.
Person, speak with the dead. Path is interrupted. I will... Don't you worry, I will figure this shit out.
Bet I can crack that open.
Oh, I still have all my thieves' tools. Okay. Easy.
Never wanted the easy path.
The guard prepares to attack. Few...
Oh. Excuse me while I... One moment, please, as I now get my... there we go, so this fella, and that. I will get out of this, don't you worry.
Grant, you can attack the guards. Yeah, don't I worry. We're all gonna wait here for Grant just to watch as he flails about trying to get out of prison.
I will get out of this, okay?
Stop! You violated the law.
Then pay with your blood.
It's been too long since I've seen a good brawl. I've just been warming up, you pathetic worm.
The issue is I now have to deal with...
Ah, remember the Emperor!
Okay, so that's a normal action.
Best be on my way.
Oh.
Get that stone back now.
Do you want to reload?
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
I will get out of this, don't you worry.
Okay.
Yeah, don't you worry.
Don't I worry, okay. Okay. We were just all watching Grant try to make his way out of prison. Grant goes and gets himself thrown into the prison. Oh.
Potion of... There we go. Not a single problem. Okay, so insurance. Oh, hello, what are you? Acid barrel, steel.
Don't forget, you've got to get that thing back you've lost.
No, I got the nether stone. I can send that to camp. So no.
And now you have to get out. What was that?
Yes, it is. Cool. Awesome. See? Totally fine. I missed the message of what it said about me being a fugitive, though, so... Worst case scenario, it is an actual, like, rolling back several of the steps, but let's see what happens.
You are fucked.
I'm out! Ah, I got made bolt. Look at me. I'm out. You can't. I succeeded. Also, hey, there's the kid. There's Yenna.
Oh yeah, I noticed her there.
Hi. You were really nice to me before, and, could we maybe stay here?
course you can stay. Pick a spot and settle in.
Yes! You've got a fire and everything!
Why can't I talk to her cat?
Is it actually
Come
a
to
cat?
bask in the glow of the Moon Maiden's sword? Be most welcome.
You should join my camp permanently. We can fight the forces of evil.
Our thoughts are as one, my friend. You must face the chosen of Bane and Baal. I am free from my bonds. You must face them. I will help.
All right, cool. So we're getting help from her. And then what about you? Did you remember to drink a potion?
No, I should already have the ability still learn. Oh no, I don't have to speak with animals for some reason.
And by killing him, you set him free. A great deal. Ketheric Thorm. He raised me to serve. When
I
tell
think
me,
we've already seen him.
do you believe in love at first sight?
Generally,
That's exactly it. Lucky. Then next I knew, I was being jolted awake. I smelled musty air. I saw.
Did he shout
jest.
boo?
Yet he did seem a ghost to me. I couldn't tell her who I was. I had to protect them. It's all out in the open. I'm grateful.
Where's... Okay, so there's Shadowheart. What's she gonna say about the whole thing?
Can we do an F5 quickly? I'm gonna attack the girl.
Hang on. What are you doing? Let's see how.
Never mind. F8. Never mind.
She was just a girl.
She was just a girl.
Yeah,
the whole shapeshifter thing has me jumping at characters and wondering.
Shapeshifter wasn't exactly going to change into a little girl, was she? So far, it's always been like normal sizes.
How do you know?
I don't. Just educated guess is my first thought. Look, I might have had the thought for a briefest of moments of like, oh, maybe, but I wasn't going to engage on that. Alrighty, Shadowheart, what do you have to say to me?
Orin's little display was just intended to rattle us. We mustn't let her succeed, but need to stay alert all the same. I hope so. So long as I'm willing to stroll right into the Mother Superior's trap, they have no reason to not tell me where to go.
So you don't even know where to look?
Not quite. Above all else, protecting... We should look for someone to point me in the right direction. Otherwise, we'll have little recourse but to wander the whole city searching. Worm's Crossing is a choke point. If I wanted to enter... Most people seeking entry to the city will be refugee.
Alright, cool. So she's probably gonna notice. Hey, look! It's a statue of me! It's the true hero... Why is he moving?
Oh yeah, because it actually counts as a character.
Where? Oh, look, there's Astarion. What's he gonna say?
It's not enough. We have a gallery of villains to look out for, but now we could be infiltrated by a shape changer? I can't even tell if any of you are acting strange because you've been replaced, or because this group is full of weirdos.
He has a bit of an issue. Alright, so we're gonna go talk to Will now.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Will.
Men, women, children, all barred from entry. A damn travesty. A decade ago, Baldur's Gate would have welcomed any and everyone seeking refuge. Who would take in these souls, if not the Jewel of Balduran? As long as Gortash is in charge, they'll be left shivering at the gates. All part of the plan, of course. Step 1. Create an army and order it to march on the city. Step 2. Shut the gates in the name of security. Step 3. Bask in the applause. Gortash hasn't made Baldur's Gate safe. He's made it a prison. And when his army breaks through, the people will have nowhere to run.
That doesn't
To
really
make this
explain
city
it.
a safe haven, we'll need to bathe Gortash and his allies in their own blood. No, never. He did the only thing he could. In his eyes, I invited, and Grand Duke Ravengard suffers neither.
I might take that armor off of Will too, because I reckon that'll be useful for me at this point, since we're not really using Will as often as we should.
Yeah.
Did he ever miss me?
You should be able to get into his inventory
He
from
missed
the
Will
camp screen, though.
Ravengard he once knew.
Yeah.
Not the hell-touched warlock he returned to.
There should be a means of getting to the party. I'm just trying to remember what it is.
Oh, already in.
Oh, it's the little thingamajiggy camp companions at the bottom.
So I'll give him my robe, just to give him something to wear.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what the inside of for another, you let me stay at your camp, and for another, you found out what happened to Mom and Pops. I'm on my own now, and Bowman says it's a good thing. I just have to let the weave guide me, and as far as I can tell, it's tugging me to Baldur's Gate, so I'm heading there first. Oh, that's Arabella, the woman, the girl that we saved back in What's-Mahoozy.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
What about Yano? What's Yano's deal?
I brought my own paring knife. Now I just need some ingredients, and I'm gonna make something really good, I promise.
Cool.
Alright, so I'll wear those robes. So I need to probably find those Gemini gloves at some point. It's something I saw in a build guide once, that they're really good for casters.
Uh-huh, okay. They're just somewhere in Baldur's Gate.
More than likely.
Alrighty. So we just need to head back to the Rivington. Let's see, am I gonna get in trouble by the cops while I'm here? Because we can get to the...
You might want to call Karlach back too, by the way.
Involving a child's fingers.
They attacked a child.
Let's see if there's anything else in the circus to check out
Keep
first.
a sharp eye out. Red caps are on.
Let's head back to the...
Let the kid come. He wants...
No like you.
Noted, Benjen. You don't like how I smell. There's nicer ways to describe that. Glingo, the trapeze master.
Enjoying the show? Then you're going to love Dribbles. He's about to perform on stage.
Didn't we find his torso?
Yes, but they don't know that, so... Maybe it's another... the bard's just like, just a moment. Oh,
it's a Dragonborn bard, too.
Who's this? Zethino.
This city of stone and steel is an endless scream in nature's womb. I have felt no peace here. Your eyes, Stira. There is pain, endless and deep, but also devotion, blazing like the sun.
Damn, that leaf on a right one move ever so slightly, you're gonna see a whole lot of nip.
What? What?
Grant!
You're wise to admit it.
Shut up.
When it comes to love, vulnerability is armor. Truth is bring the one you love to me. I will look into your hearts and see if your love...
Grant, are we wanting to see if you and Karlach...
Absolutely.
Oh, she's enjoying this.
Fun.
She's enjoying the circus. Yay!
Close your eyes, little ones. Be still as stone to earth. And remember to breathe.
Uh-huh. Has anything happened?
Yeah. I peed everywhere. Sorry, couldn't help myself.
Oh.
Ah, glorious. Your bond is sweeter than nature's dew. I see you.
Why is there like a thingy-majiggy between us, though?
But do you know one another? Karlach. Her fire within can incinerate an enemy or warm a beloved. Listen. Think. Who does she loathe above all others?
Gortash.
Absolutely fucking not.
Loathe. Loathe means hate.
Loathe. Sorry, I thought she said love. Loathe.
Just the sound of his name makes my blood boil. Probably literally. Can't stand the fucker. Ding ding.
Aww.
Your bond beats in pleasure. It is an honor to behold. Many things delight the heart, but only one makes it sing. Tell me, what is her idea of a perfect day?
Come on.
You know me too.
Shut up! Shut up! This is my love interest, alright? You can do this with Halcyon and fail if you want. This is my love.
That of sunlight.
I am going to succeed on this one.
Look beyond. To the uncertain. To the future. A decade from now. What will the mighty Karlach do? Where will she be?
Settle down in a quiet village with a nice partner and a few kids.
Kids, huh? I don't know. How about a really mean goat?
Yeah.
I don't know. Things can change, I guess.
Yes, hi there, Arya. That is basically a Poison Ivy look-alike in D&D. This is Karlach. Yay.
You really know me, don't you? It's wild. In so many ways, we barely know each other. But where it counts, you're deeper in my head than that tadpole.
Yay.
I press my finger to your bond and find a shield. Impenetrable. It is.
She does kind of have that Poison Ivy look to it, doesn't she?
Love is one few have.
Nipple. Right there.
Cherish it.
Grant, don't poke the Dryad's titty!
I wasn't poking, I was pointing.
Don't poke the Dryad's titty!
Seedlings. And know that you made one whose heart was long quiet. Beat with love and you.
Blue's just like, TOS! TOS!
Alright, F5, let me give it a try with Halcyon.
Oh, you're not confident?
No, because I don't want you to ruin yours.
Hang on, I want to talk to Karlach for a sec. What's she gonna say?
Soldier.
Sorry, hang on, sorry.
She doesn't have anything important to say. That's okay. Alrighty, let's see how you do it.
Stira. There is pain, endless. You are wise to admit it. When it comes, bring the.
Aw, because Halcyon and I aren't close, so. Darn.
Oh. Hang on. Where's this?
How dare thou?
Look.
Oh look, it's a Karen.
Look. It's only your own fault that you didn't do the right choices with Halcyon, wanting to kill a gnome and take their head.
Mum won't let me touch the animals. Bet you don't have to ask your mum to pet a stupid cat.
Yeah, that's not a stupid fucking cat.
Kitty!
Another. Good.
Look, it's Shadow Whiskers. You'll succeed on this. Kiaru. Let's take a quick look, okay, Grant? For Karlach. Also, Grant, while being nice to Karlach, looking at another woman.
While the cage is sturdy, the lock is old. It could be jammed shut, so not even a key could open it.
No, what are you doing?
Coward!
What are you doing? Great. So.
Oh, I was hoping to open the key door, but apparently not. Halsin approves, though.
Ooh, don't get too close, or Crimson here might decide you.
Crimson? Oh, hang on.
I thought you a hunter. Wrong.
No, Kitty is upsetties. Alright, where is the...
I didn't do anything. I just checked the lock, and then he punched it.
Can I talk to Crimson?
Hunger. My stomach screams. Press your flesh through bars and add blood.
Wait, what did I just give him?
I don't know.
Ooh, don't.
I started a conversation. I might have just given him meat, or hang on, did I just give
primary needs?
Okay, I still got the clown's severed torso, so it's not a huge problem. I already fed them. Nice try.
Wait, Dribbles the clown is up there. But then whose torso do we have?
Who the fuck knows?
Buddy the dog is my very best friend. Do you know why?
Why?
Why? Because with him, anything is possible. Way!
Why is that daubed fellow being forced before a crowd like so? Is he being punished? Ritualized humiliation?
Did you hear about the scarecrow who lost a fight? He got the stuffing kicked out of him. Way! Oh, you're all such good friends. I've had a wonderful time, but I have to go. Oh, well, if you insist. How about a magic trick? But first, I need a volunteer with nerves of steel and the heart of a lion. Who will it be? Who?
The hair on the back of your neck raises as a shiver passes through you.
You, my special assistant.
It's that bitch!
Hang on now, soldier. I'm not paying for your sins.
Oh, my heart! Right there! Oh, perfect!
This had better be violent, sexy, or...
Hey, Karlach approves of it.
Well, at least you didn't do yourself.
Yeah, I'm really curious what's gonna happen, because, like, yeah, we're all bloodied. Plus, I only have 1 HP.
That's gotta be Thingo. It's Orin.
Now, you're very special. As special as can be. Does anyone know why?
Why?
You're special, my friend. Because I have a message just for you. Praise the Absolute.
Fucking knew it! Well, he just killed Karlach.
So eager to bleed.
Wait, is it? Oh, I thought it said Bluey for a second. It's it. Hang on a second. So...
Wait, why is this bitch attacking us now? Oh, great. The animal handlers are also trying to kill us.
I will figure this shit out. Don't you worry. Construction. Alright. So. Radiant damage. And we're gonna do it on Bitey first. Oh, they're attacking the civilians. That's not good.
Here comes the punchline.
Yeah, I was kind of half expecting a Joker routine here. Am I the only one who think that?
Something like that, yeah.
Where's your staff?
Somewhere else, don't worry, I'll fix this shortly. Alright, that's a shapeshifter dead.
It's a doppelganger again. Which means that's most likely another doppelganger.
Okay, so you're gonna be dealing with Kareen, are you?
Yep.
Another step forward.
Haha.
Oh, we didn't need to use a level 2 shield on that, actually.
You have fun with the dog. I'll deal with dribbles.
Fiddly-wee-shillelagh.
Fiddly-fee. Fiddly-doo.
Who the... Fiddly-dee. Fiddly-dum. Who the hell posted my nudes on Twitter.com?
Alright, what's your move?
Your move. Yu-Gi-Oh!
Nice.
She did.
And then we got Freodor over there. Nice. Almost dead. Too bad. Now, is this guy gonna just kill around? Oh no, he's gonna chase after us. Cool.
No, he's an ally.
Oh.
He's probably here as a bodyguard of sorts.
What Halcyon do?
Halcyon just attacked Doggo.
Okay.
You've made a grave mistake.
Okay, Foom, another doppelganger. Alright, skip your turnies.
Whenever this weapon lands a critical hit, both target and attacker have to succeed a wisdom saving throw or be affected by fits of laughter. We see it in you, the thirst, the art, the passion, the trail of cold-blooded murder you have left in your tracks needed only the finishing touches to grant you a place among his favored. But he requires something truly magnificent. A circus has appeared, boasting a collection of misfits and ragtags. But more importantly, a stage. Now comes the performance of your lifetime, and when the curtain falls, the tribunal will be watching. Alrighty.
Uh-huh.
Damn it, I don't have a movement speed.
Another shifter. Glad we didn't kill the real dribbles, I think.
You fight good.
Alright, so...
Another step forward.
Hang on, what was that? Hang on.
My kills, my prey. You took them. Run! I'll find you, eat you.
She's just saying ye. So...
What about Crimson?
You're sent. Your friend freed me from hunger's lust. Forgive me. I was close to killing you.
Oh, look at Crimson being all matter-of-factly. If anyone should feel the shame...
But I will not cross the threshold. The circus is my family. They rescued me when I was but a youngling. They did not starve me. The other did. He wore the face of Dribbles, or the scent of a stranger. He taunted me, waving bloodied rags under my nose. My mind was worn from the hunger.
He sounds like a very British person.
For calming me.
Yeah.
Before I hurt my family.
I'm glad I gave him the sack of meat. Also, there was a bloodied axe here, and there's likely going to be...
What was that?
You good?
Oh, cool! I got the beast cage key.
You don't...
Should I open the key to Shadow Whiskers?
You broke the lock, so even a key wouldn't open it. A dead rat. A note from Business Lord. Hi, Ratty. Sorry for killing you, but you, Popper, wanted the tasty hand you found. Lots of love, Popper.
Oh.
Interesting.
Not everyone subscribes to what is mine is yours, it seems.
Excuse me?
I accidentally clicked on one of the people and didn't mean to.
You fought.
Alright, so... Dribbles is... Oh, hey, there's the, Lucretius.
Dribbles, why do you have to go missing now of all time? Oh dear, screaming children, an oozing corpse, and it's not even my birthday. Lucretius, ringmaster, necromancer, bringer of the night. Oh, I thought the Absolute wouldn't dare set foot in my circus. To use such a woeful Dribbles impersonator, why, it's downright rude.
An impersonator? Are you sure?
As much as I love a good murder, my customers don't. The real Dribbles charms animals and makes puns. Awful puns. Not this. Alas, I cannot afford to lose any more staff. Funerals are so very expensive. I need to move the circus. But I cannot leave just yet. Not without Dribbles. He was a star. Customers of every color and creed simply adored him. I need him back, and I'll shower the person who finds him in love, adoration, and adequate compensation. What do you say?
Fuck yeah.
Alright.
That's the spirit, darling. And remember, I look after those who make me happy.
Yeah, actually, I think I remember seeing something. The voice actor for this is an actual drag queen who plays D&D.
Okay.
This is terrible.
So, now we gotta find all of Dribble's parts.
Yes.
Oh, how could Madame Lucretius let this happen? And what are you doing here? Ad!
hang on, there's a...
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's that...
Please, enjoy the circus. Which will never be the same without Dribbles.
I think he has Dribble's hand.
Clown Man is dead. Oh well. Want a treato?
I found a dead rat in your note. What's this about a hand?
I found it by the Clown Man's tent. Fought a rat for it and everything's. It's a one-of-a-kind hand with artisanal bite marks. It's worth lots.
10,000 fucking gold for a hand?
Look, I love you, Papa, but I'm not paying that much for it. Like, yo, I will snuggle and cuddle you as much as you want, but we're not doing that.
I think that belongs to Dribbles. I need it. Your ringmaster needs it. Oh my goodness. Alright, here we go.
No. Oh, thank goodness you've got that favorable beginnings.
Yay.
All right. Mama Lucretia says we family. Suppose that means Dribbles was too. Yeah. But don't tell nobodies I gave it to you for free. Got to protect my reputation as a tough business lord.
Oh, you're very tough. You are so tough, you little kobold.
Oh, so tough. I want to cuddle you all over.
Treato.
What do you have?
Yes, I has lots of stuffs just for you.
I think he stole most of his stuffs earlier. All that's the stuff I put in there before.
Lol, lots of junk. One moment as I sell my junk.
Bye-bye now. Come back to Papa soon. Get your shinies and Tritos.
Shinies and Tritos. Spoken like a spoken very much like a kobold.
Alright. Not much.
Nothing caught your eye?
Hello, Stoney.
Cool.
Alright, so we found a head and we found an arm.
Uh-huh.
Oh, no, I found a torso and found an arm, haven't we?
We found a torso, we found a hand.
Okay,
The
so
torso,
where's the...
So if we're like we went... So the hand was from, Trito over here, whatever his name is.
From Papa.
Popo, yep, cool. So we got it from Popper.
Mm-hmm.
Then we were over at the church of the open hand.
Where we found it in the corpses. And they were also done in by doppelgangers, remember?
Yes. Is there an opportunity for us to... Also, that reminds me, I need to... Sorry, hang on.
Oakfather preserve you. Given the...
Alright.
Why am I failing him?
You just don't have the right attitude. You just...
I'll give you attitude in a second. Ow.
Triples is supposed to be nice.
Alright.
Sister Rose the Pertinent.
What ails you? Marsh fever? Feather lung? Be quick, I've not got all day. Aye. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a dead high priest, Father Logan. One of the refugees killed him. I found a paralytic poison on one of his wounds. Logan was... We give them everything. And all we...
Wait, no, because that is Dribble's hand then.
No, because the hand came from the rat. Plus, like, if I look at it, look, it says Clown's severed hand. The ring was smelted with a grinning face on the band, so...
Hmm.
And then we just have this random dead rat.
All this kerfuffle over missing rat caps.
To make a believer out of anyone.
That Ilmater's grace must
What the hell?
so insensitive. Look, investigator. Brilgor might have been a criminal, but he was no murderer. You're missing something.
Enough!
Why is that an elephant?
It's an elephant with wings.
You are defending a man who...
I feel like this is the product of an illusion rather than, like, a legitimate fantasy.
For itself. Brilgor killed Father Logan, then, be it out of shame or profane duty, offed himself with the same blade. Case closed, Sister Yanis.
I don't think that's the case.
Shitey little elephant. Oh,
sounds like you were having quite the disagreement.
Certainly say that. 2 people just died on temple ground. Investigator Valeria thinks it's a murder and is content to blame Brilgor, the politically convenient target. Feel free to look around the temple, but fair warning, the investigator won't change. Charette's caress would be my best bet. That's her usual haunt after closing a case.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you where to find her, but Shira passed away last year. Peacefully, mind. We buried her in the crypt under the temple. Valeria never found the murder weapon, so that could be a start. Anything disproving the refugee murder. I really hope you find something.
Hey.
Alright.
Hang on, let me come in there with you and let me give you a hand.
Solve the open hand. We spoke with Giannis and discovered that the crime scene below the open hand is connected to Father Logan's murder. What the key unlocks, however, is still a mystery. Find the lock to fit the flower key.
Hmm.
All suffering by allowing his faithful to suffer the most.
How is water not a dippable surface?
No idea.
Better be cautious. Don't waste a step.
You think the water surges would have washed me, but they didn't.
Why not?
You can actually get washed if you walked under a waterfall.
Let more outsiders in, and we have faith here, Bill. Faith? Who had more faith than Father Logan? How did that work out? Exactly. Logan let her kill her.
Bill, I beg, even sinners receive Ilmater's grace.
Don't skip too much, Grant. People need to read this.
Okay, I'm reading.
We don't pick and choose who we aid. Thank you, stranger. I take some solace knowing that he died in Ilmater's service.
Does Ilmater's service involve protecting heretic absolutists? Or perhaps I missed that sermon.
Enough, Bill. You seem a kind soul. Our temple is open to you. Walk well.
Thank you, Brother Clements. You were not very helpful, however, in this regard, so...
I've nothing
Bramble.
against Father Logan.
The crying one weeps today. Our Father Logan is dead.
So,
Found a bell, a brandished necklace. Hang on!
let's hang on.
Oh, I found someone important to someone.
all suffering by allowing his faithful to...
Hold up.
Where the hell are you?
Back at camp. I need to grab someone quickly.
Alright, alright.
Oakfather preserve you.
Hi Thorin, welcome to the stream. Sorry I didn't see your message. I've been like doing investigation nonsense. So...
Or in toys with us where she could destroy us.
Oh.
Whatever her motivations.
How's Gale gonna help? What's Gale gonna be doing?
pleasure.
What's he doing? What's he up to? What'd he do?
He is gonna go talk to his cat over here.
His cat? Hang on, where's his cat? Upstairs? Where the... Jesus Christ, where are you?
Mr. Dakarios, heavens! Fancy seeing you here.
Tara! That can't be you, can it?
I suppose you won't be terribly shocked to find your old friend Tara amongst the pigeons. They've always been a personal favorite.
My, is that a ring? For us? Ugh, you shouldn't have. Enjoy yourself now, Tara. Looks like you've got yourself set up quite nicely here.
How does he know the cat?
Remember how he spoke about a cat that he summoned? A winged cat?
Barely. I didn't remember the name.
It's a Tressum.
Hmm.
She isn't my Tresim. She's my friend. And from the looks of things, it appears she's eating pigeons.
Ah, yes. That's how you talk about your cats. They're not my cat, they're my friend. And they're eating pigeons right now.
Right. Did you hear that, Tara? Stop it?
Well, these must be important birds indeed, Mr. Dakarios. Forgive me for feasting on their bodies and bones so very voraciously.
Oh, she's agreed. Just about.
Okay. Kyrie.
And I think you can follow her to another rooftop, and there's blood up here. Because she flies over to another rooftop, I think.
Mm-hmm.
A bundle of letters. Huh. Marked with your eyes only, but lacking a name.
Uh-huh.
Postmaster simple etiquette. Or inquiry.
How'd you get down there?
I jumped. I have Featherfall, remember?
Could you give me Featherfall, please?
No, I'm just going to climb down these vines that are located closer by that are easy to get to. Oh, there was a survival thing here.
Alright, I'm heading there. Just give
And I can't find my fucking shovel.
Give me a minute, I'm heading over there right now.
Like, seriously, where the hell is me fucking shovel? Now I'm gonna go back to camp and drop Gale off.
Hang on a second. Oh. Scroll of Conjure Elemental.
Nice.
What's on your mind?
And a... Amethyst.
Oakfather preserve you. Then you'll...
You know he doesn't love you.
Shush you. He's a good healer. He's one of our strongest healers, and given the fact that he can summon a whole horde of other things to go fuck you, then...
You don't have to do... Alright.
I meant, like, the monsters go fuck you, not me saying go fuck yourself.
Okay. Alrighty.
If you won't help us, at least...
Sorry, specificity.
They've had nothing but scraps for days.
Still needs murder. Still unsolved.
I'm fine. You're the one who took a beating.
The priests will open the temple up again. You will see. They're good people. Holy people.
Oh, I know what we can do with,
Father Logan as you did.
I completely forgot this is an option. Man, this would say... Like, I just realized, I can just speak to the dead. This would solve this would solve so many murders, let's be real.
Whereabouts you at?
At Father, what's-a-mahoozies.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Who killed you?
Dwarf, dressed in red.
What were you doing when you died?
Brilgor from fists.
He's a criminal.
Took him to the tunnel with the rest. Oh, fool. Must protect innocence. Ilmater's will. Tunnels from the cellar. Refuge.
The spell's power wanes.
Alright. So we figured that out.
Now talk to her and let her know about it.
Oh, her, yeah. Thank you for the hug, Sky.
How goes the search? That's it? If you can convince them of Brilgor's innocence, then...
Cool.
We'll need to find the elephant.
The elephant is over in somewhere. Golden ring, a hand drum, and a ball.
Not everyone subscribes to...
Sorry.
Brad, are you stealing again?
No, I was just checking places.
I'm gonna head back down the tunnel, see if there's anything down there that we can look into. We sort of came out on one side of the tunnel, remember?
There's also like a downstairs somehow? Don't know how we get down to there. Hang on. Let's see how my dwarf gets down there.
Jumping, dying.
Oh, there's all these chests here.
Chesticles.
Oh, these blocks are going to be easy.
I'm gonna head back over to the cave mouth, see if I can find anything over there.
Okay.
Because there was a dead refugee not far from here too.
Insects, incense balls. I'll pick that.
Oh, there's a boat over here.
I rolled really terribly then. Give me a second. I'm gonna use another Fuse tools. There we go, that's better. Wait, this one's a 15 difficulty instead of a 10. That's odd.
It's the Elder Brain. There's something
Incense bowls.
Okay, a broken down ship.
Hey, nice.
Of course.
This was full spot.
What is it?
The most recent entry in this journal bears particularly heavy quill marks and crossed-through revisions. I penned this from the temple cellar, the only place I feel close to the Ilmata's will anymore. I pass my gaze between the crests that hide my sin apparent, and I wonder, who are they to pass any judgment? They bark that those who arrive on our doorstep, bloodied, beaten, fleeing from heretical hordes, are dirty, unwelcome, to be shunned? That is a crime to house them, to bring them into the city proper. But if my back must be broken so others may step to the light, so be it. Wait, hang on. So, who are... I between the crests that hide my sin apparent. And I wonder, who are they to pass any judgment? They who bark that those who arrive on our doorstep, bloodied, beaten, fleeing from there, are dirty, unwelcome to be shunned. That is a crime to... That it is a crime to house them, to bring them... Oh, so basically he's annoyed when people say, like, oh, they can't, Alright, I'm gonna take that. Like, he's annoyed when people are like, oh, like, all these, like, you know, people seeking refuge and such like that are unclean and shit.
Found something over here.
What'd you find?
Steam clouds and a whole bunch of corpses.
Seraphic Pugilist Gloves. A level 4 guiding bolt. Your unarmed attacks deal additional 1d4 radiant. Nice.
That's a good one for you.
Yeah, I've already got, like, one that's having me do both, poison and... Sorry, both necrotic and, thingy. That's you that was doing the rolls then?
Yep.
Alright, let's... The fuck you doing down there? Jesus Christ.
You know, just wandering into some traps.
Gregory! What the fuck you doing down there?
Gregory! How the fuck did you get up there?
Nice.
Dying Stone Lord Thug.
I need a drink.
My legs. I can't feel them. Tell the others. Let the boss know.
What's
this
the boss
man
gonna
is
know?
not long for this world.
Stone Lord. He'll saw this.
We don't know who that is.
You hear the blood gurgle in his struggling lungs. His last ounce of strength is spent.
You good?
He jumped up all of a sudden and started doing fucking death bits.
Nah, oh, it did that kind of movement, I see. Also, I noticed you have, like, now you have, like, 4 different, people under, Halsin. Azer and Azer.
Wait, why do we have 2 Azers?
No idea.
He should only have 1 Azer.
It's kind of funny that there's 2 under his belt right now.
That's weird.
I am going to take the wild guess that you have seen all these traps.
Well, I certainly moved other items in so they weren't going to get hit. Yeah, I'm not disarming that.
The corpse has nothing to say.
Oh, that's annoying. I thought I would have something to say.
Hang on, I need that basket. Hold up. Wait a minute. Don't do something stupid like an idiot. Ta-da! Oh, it's one of those.
Be wary.
It hurts. There we go.
That's a petrified corpse.
Where do you see
What
him?
petrified it?
I don't see this petrified corpse you're talking about.
This dead guy right here.
Decapitated.
Oh, he's not petrified for you. He's petrified on my end.
He's just fresh for me.
Alright. Oh, looks like there's a boat over here. With strange black fog all around it. Gee, I wonder where that fucking came from.
I have no clue what you're insinuating.
The ship came from the tower.
Looks like this.
Oh. That's what you're talking about.
Nobody messes with the Stone Lord, Ratling.
Nine Fingers sent her love, arsehole. Your Stone Lord's a dead man walking. You, help me kill these asses. The girls will sprinkle you with gold.
Can't we all just get along? Must we really fight?
Are you serious?
A pacifist in Baldur's Gate. Nobody's leaving this place alive, cock.
Hey, fuck you.
Wow, I got called a cuck.
The absolute audacity of this gentleman.
Got it.
Oh, hell no. You gonna die, boy.
Oh, they both want us dead. Okay.
I mean, we could have sided with one or the other, but they just decided,
let's
no,
just see what
fuck
happens. Oh, they're having their little fight. We could literally just leave them to their own devices.
Yeah, but no doubt they're gonna turn on us, so...
Yeah, well, let them turn on us when there's far less of them than there are of us.
I mean, very valid point.
It's called third partying, and it's a valid tactic in Fortnite. Hey, look, another Dragonborn that looks more like a fish. Old Flake Eyes. He looks
Don't
more
be
like...
mean to the fishy Dragonborn.
He looks like a Leviathan kind of Dragonborn. You're just boring. This one's cool. Look at
Oh, fuck you too!
Look at this nonsense, chat. This is fucking cool. Meanwhile, look at our Dragonborn. Like, where's the floofies?
Oh, I'm sorry I don't, stand up to your standards of beauty.
I realized Dragonborns had standards of beauty.
Wow, racist. Are you guys hearing this racist right here? Like, my god.
My goodness, you're trying to get chat against me.
Can't slow down.
I would never do that. I would never.
Alright, let's see how they go.
The guild owns this city.
And Farlin was dumb enough to, like, get themselves on fire. Where the fuck is this wolf?
It's wearing
oh my
armor.
god, the wolf has a helmet.
He has an armored helmet. That's adorable.
That's cute. Kill him.
Yeah, he has to die. I'm sorry.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, hey, look, right after Code is Flake Eyes. Oh, now they decide to put the hurt on us.
Yeah, no.
I think I still got Hunter's Quarry.
I mean, I could have.
Observe
but, you
as
know.
I grab it and deflect it. There we go.
Twiddly-wee, shillelagh.
Shillelagh.
Twiddly-wee.
Nice.
No!
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
We loved you!
Now that's a lot of damage.
Oh, chuff me, mate!
Nah. Oh, wait, no, the lupus isn't on our side. Damn it. We want the lupus dead.
Eh, 9 and 6.
He's dazed. He's gonna be a problem.
That looked like it hurt.
Just a bit.
Just a wee little bit.
Just a wee little bit.
All right, let's see. You know what? All y'all. Now stop moving out of that. Go on. I love difficult terrain. More fun. You right there, Grant?
Yeah, no, sorry, just adjusting. Alrighty.
Sounds like you were either adjusting or trying to crack your neck there by the way your avatar was looking.
Oh, okay. Didn't know I was doing that.
Oh, big old yawn.
Oh, I thought I would. That did
No,
not
you can't set fire to it. It's only plant growth you can set fire to.
Ah, okay. Funglisby is not doing too well.
How dare you throw thorns at me? If I had any more spell slots, I'd throw a fireball at you. Oh wait, hang on.
You have a fireball, don't you?
Do I, actually? That is a very good question. Does not seem that I do.
Do you have... If only you had, like, a scroll or something.
That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking through my scrolls. Do you think I'm stupid?
you want me to honestly answer that?
Do you honestly want to die?
No. No, I do not.
That's Beck's thing.
Alrighty. Alright, let's see what his move is. Hi there, Atomica! Welcome to the stream. Going for a little bit longer than intended as we are stuck in the middle of a fight and solving a mystery.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did we want to call it after this fight?
Yeah, I was thinking of calling it after this fight. Missed, asshole.
I got you that time.
Yeah, he did. So what's your mudmen gonna do? Oh! That was good. 23 is good.
Best thing is they're flying, so they don't have to worry about dealing with the damage from the spikes.
Nice, 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 nice. What happened to my profile pic? I changed it.
Darn it, I forgot that the woodward will still get damage from the spikes, though.
Too much to bear.
Save him, Karlach! Save him with a kiss!
Hang on, how many? So these two go, and then that, and then that. Alright, cool, so.
Kiss your man, Karlach. Kiss him real nice. Womp 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 womp.
Oh, well that's bullshit that it was a miss. Look, I like not safe for work art and what have you, but I don't know, but like after a bit it was just a case of like, it's a bit more cringe than like, you know, haha, I'm like unafraid of these kinds of things on Twitch. It's more of a case of it just wasn't a great profile icon to have when it's like, oh, here's like my Twitch account as I am trying to stream for other people and trying to be, you know, favorable to watch and what have you. What's Helston doing? So yeah.
Just wondering what... Nah, it doesn't really have any spells that are worthwhile using. But you know what? Bear.
Oh, bear now?
Bear.
Bear down for semester.
Okay, I was partly expecting him to try that as a person.
Mm.
You know, the whole, like, actually climbing down like a people in bear form.
He did go down like a person in bear form, though.
Not really. He sort of, like, plundered down a little bit. Kind of like how you'd expect a bear to actually do it. Wait, why are you doing knockout damage?
Oh, I forgot. Sorry. Corpse Grinder. 7 to 23, not proficient with martial.
He grind that corpse.
The guild has caught wind of our activities down by the river. The Stone Lord has personally requested that you see off any visitors. I have heard rumorings that your dockside keep our ship secure.
Womp 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 womp. Why are you walking?
Because I'm over encumbered right now.
Are you over cucumbered?
Yes, because I'm holding things.
Why are you holding too many things?
Because someone was knocked unconscious and I grabbed their stuff.
Why did you grab their stuff while they were unconscious?
Because I wanted their stuff.
Why did you want the stuff?
Do I need a cookie for Atomica? Do I really need to go through all this?
Yes.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
I'm a strong, independent zebra who need no explanation for the things I do.
Here I was waiting for a "I don't need no man" type comment.
I do need no man. What I need is a GF. I need a girlfriend. I need a wife. Boop. Thank you for the boops. Hey! Can't take my shirt now. This is important.
Yeah, we need those D20s.
Thank you. Yoink. Great pronunciation there, Arya. Yoink.
Yoink?
Yeah, because it's yoink, but with a my at the start, so it's There we go. She's dead.
Well, I'm hoping she's dead.
Leaving 4 peeps.
You dare throw a fireball at me? At fucking me. Grant, I'm sending you something for shits and giggles. Just because of what you said earlier.
All right. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so jumping is a bonus action, which means that I can now.
Good work. Will you stop throwing shit at me? Yeah, if I had a fireball right now, you'd be so totally dead.
Hang on. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is.
Nah, that would do. You're too close, by the way, so.
Alright, noted. But you got it now, so.
Yay! Oh, baby, you got it. I'm your weenus. I'm your fire. That
I've seen that TikTok, I think. I'll do it. I'll do whatever it takes, and then it's just like. I've seen that TikTok.
I thought you might have. I was like, this would be something that Grant would
It's
giggle at.
honestly funny. It's just like, I'll do anything to find a girlfriend, and it's just like femme bottom heavy boy. And you're just sort of like, They're femme
Bottom heavy boy, boots with the fur, that good thing looking at her.
Yeah, the caked up homie is how they describe it. And you just have the fucking cyberpunk music going off as well. So it's not even like the original one from the Nut Job. It's the alternative sound for when they did it as a cyberpunk reference, where it was like, oh, me in 2023 wanting cyberpunk to be wishing for Cyberpunk to be canonical or something like that. And then they're just like, oh, the build Blackrock Tower or something like that.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that one.
Fuck yeah. Alright, can I? Yes, I can. Awesome. Observe. Damn it. Alright. So I can't use that. I will use this. And...
The audio is just too good.
So yeah, it was just... There we go. So they're dead. I can't help you up right now. How have you not killed her yet? You good there, Halson? Hopefully Halson's good.
Good. I mean, if he gets knocked out of bear form, he'll just, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? You know what? Fuck you.
For Jason. Thank you for the hyper handle, by the way.
Yeah, that's right. Roast.
A very strongly worded to whom it may concern. Alright. So now we just need to deal with old Flake Eyes over there. And there's...
Not Flake Eyes!
Flake Eyes. There we go. That wasn't a lot of damage.
No, I was kind of hoping it would be, though. Relief. You think you've won.
One day I'll catch a break.
That was shocking. Thank you. Dang it.
You're just gonna have to jump over here. Or just blink. Nice. Hey, a Mind Flayer specimen. Oh, that's why. It's because of the fucking gold. Hang on. There we go. That should be a little bit lighter on the... And then...
So, this ship came from Moonrise Tower. It looks to be carrying some of the curse with it.
Yeah. Go with the assessment of not good.
Oh look, Mind Flayer specimens.
Ooh, fossilized shell. Murgrass.
Let's see. The ships manifest amid the mundane goods. A specific unit of crates has been circled with a note pinned on top. Reminder, the Stone Lord's goods. We don't need to see the man to know he's serious about his property. If you're tempted to crack a crate and take a look, remember Norn and the wide-eyed loons who came to take away the last time out. I didn't raise a finger to stop those goddamn bastards. I won't for you either.
Damn, that's a problem.
Okay, but that raises the question. Was it the Stone Lords who were carrying the goods, and should we have then sided with the guild in stopping it?
I don't know.
Should we head back to camp and take a long rest and save?
Yes. Yes. Long rest.
Yep. Oh, what's going on here?
Oh, it's...
This bitch.
Is it the Queen?
Queen Vlaakith. Skra!
You are H'Sharlak, and still you speak my name.
I've seen the captive Orpheus with my own eyes. Spoken to Gestil Kithrak Voss. You lied to us. Enslaved us.
The betrayer Voss lies! I have only a moment, and you, H'Sharlak, will listen. We are Githyanki. We move mountains. We snuff out stars. We shake the plains. The traitor Voss has lied to you. The heretic prince would shatter us in an instant. The great dominion shrunk to the head of a pin.
Can this be true? Is the Githyanki prince really a threat to his own people? Or simply a challenge to Vlaakith's rule?
I think just a challenge to the rule.
Yeah, I'm
Return to the astral prism. Slay Orpheus the Pretender. Serve me, and I will ascend you. You will be no mere warrior, nor Kithrak. You will be Barta Vlaakith, commander of dragons. My only, my chosen.
Ugh.
A final chance.
Because the thing is, though, if we kill Orpheus, we end up as mind flayers.
Yeah, I'm not for that.
Lae'zel's thoughts become yours. The sight of Orpheus looms over her mind. Voss's words echo within it. She means to forever turn her back on Vlaakith.
I gave you my faith, and you called me traitor. I gave you my life, and you ordered your knights to hunt me. I have witnessed too much, and you have given me too little. Finally, I can see. Orpheus will live, and I will hear his creed. This is my word.
Your word is nothing! You are nothing! The Kithraki will bring you. I will tear your flesh from your bones and devour your skull's marrow while you beg for death.
Damn, girl!
Consume you. I will unmake you.
Amazingly enough, she hasn't wished us to death, so yay! We're a step we're better now than we were when we last tried to rise against her, kind of thing.
Oh, Karlak wants to speak to you.
Yes, please, mommy.
I love how he's like, mommy. Mommy wants to speak to me. Mommy.
Look, oh, my approval is so high.
Soldier.
Oh no.
Engine. It hurts. I think this might be it. Soon. Things burning hotter than I knew it could. But look, we've just about made it to the city. That'll do me. Let's go protect it. Whatever happens after that is between me and the so-called gods. With this heat going, I can't spare the energy to think. I just want to enjoy whatever's left of this life of mine. Anyway, it could be worse. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be, with who I'm meant to be with. How many people can say that?
Aww.
Ooh, she wants to do you.
Yes, the relationship is very good.
She wants to do you.
Oh my gosh, look at you. Your thingy is neutral. Let's check Halson. Let's see how.
I wonder if the issue is.
Oh my god, your relationship with Halson is worse than with Karlach. Look at that.
Don't take my daddy from me.
Oh hey, Lizzo has something to say.
I'm talking to her.
All right, you go talk to the crazy space elf.
It is done. There is no going back. As long as the Undying Queen reigns, I am never to soar unbound over the astral sea, never to cross the one in the void. As it should be. Better a short life built on truth than immortality woven of lies. Better to unite the Githyanki under a prince who would free their minds and honor their bodies. So why do I feel so bitter? I know hate. It seethes and distills into molten rock, forever rattling in the belly. But I've never known this. I feel no heat, no cold. I bear neither fangs nor talon. There is only absence. No matter. I am Vlaakith's child no more. I have been born anew in Gith's son, my savior. And so, from the old battle cries is birthed another. Shma Salar Orpheus, Marstilna Forgin in Yeri.
I don't know what that
Orpheus's
means.
will above all.
Oh.
May the comet blaze my path forward.
So she's moved from one cult to the other.
Kind of quickly, yeah. What's next?
We find Voss at Shares's caress and retrieve the key to releasing the prince. Orpheus Tufki Nazin.
Noted.
Uh-huh. Well then.
Doesn't look like there's anyone else to talk to. I am going to hit the bed.
Don't hit it. It didn't do anything to you.
You know what I mean. I am.
You're a terrible person striking your bed. At least we get to sleep in a barn.
Woo!
Yeah, that's a step up. Sleepy. You're like halfway off yours, but
yeah, I'm just like all the way at the top. There's like no bottom half of the bed being utilized.
You're actually almost like off the hay bale almost.
Alrighty. I'm gonna save it here. And we're gonna end the stream there. Oh my gosh, what time is it? It's almost 10! Jesus.
I mean, that's not too bad. It's an hour longer than what we normally go for.
It is an hour longer, and like, despite me fucking over the prison break and shit like that, I think we did fairly alright in that session with like what we were able to do, what we learned, the side quests we have available to us. I reckon it's gonna be a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I reckon it'll be good. So, you looking forward to more Act 3 the next time we're free?
Oh, for sure. Hopefully, it won't be next week, but hopefully the week after for sure. We can definitely get some more done.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately I got like 5 days of work in a row.
Alrighty, okay.
From Friday through to Tuesday.
Okay, alright. We need to have a look
I don't wanna work.
I know.
I just want to earn money without actually doing any effort.
I would like to earn money through this entirely, but that's not happening anytime soon.
Yeah.
We need to have a look at who we are going to go and raid. You know who I haven't raided into?
Who?
Doryus. They were like the person that was in the Fortnite trio when I was first trying to play. Hey, in like a furry Fortnite tournament, which was really cool. So
okay.
So yeah, I'm hoping to. Wait, is he watching?
Are they on?
Is he? Is this a? Are they sleeping, or is this? Or are they just observing content? Okay.
What is their name?
Doryus. So D-O-R-U. Oh, sorry. Hang on.
Oh, I see him. Already see him.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So he is actually okay. So yeah, I think we're gonna go right into them, and we're just gonna go with our classic Himbo raid message. So
Himbobo raid. They're streaming Apex Legiones.
Yes, they are battle royale kind of streamer. They're really good at this sort of stuff. They are the ones that gave me like, you know, tips and things like that when I was in the Fur Night tournament on like, you know, pacing and such. I wish I kept to their advice. I didn't, as you no doubt know, because I like just being able to like drop into whatever else. Oh god, there's
who really listens to advice?
Why didn't I get a notification about the advertise? God damn it. Okay, so we're gonna end it there. And all else I have to say is thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. Sorry for the ad. And we're gonna be raiding shortly.
Stupid ads, making it look bad. Boogie, boogity, 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 boogity.
So yeah, alrighty. See, alright, thank you, Code, for joining in, and everyone else. Oh, tomorrow night is Party Game stream, so be sure to have Super Smash Bros. Ultimate on a Nintendo Switch, and you might be able to join in and play. I've sent an invite to a few people, so it's not just going to be me sitting in an empty lobby. Bye for now.
I honestly wish I could join you. Might not be able to, but we'll see how things go.
Alright, hopefully so. Bye for now.
Bye!
Alright.